Anyway, all right, we're gonna go directly to fucking Fox News for obvious reasons. Let's be real. I've seen it. I've seen it in the chat 7,000 gorillion million quintillion fucking times. You are not the first person in the chat to tell me what the fuck's going on.
We're seeing this on their.
Wait, what's Fox News talking about?
Identify as male.
All right.
What's Fox News talking about? While Trump's fucking getting indicted? Suck it or go. Thank you for the 20.
Trump has been indicted by a grand jury in New York. Trump was under investigation by the DA's office for his alleged hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. So as we await more information, Fox News has just learned this from two law enforcement sources that Trump has been indicted. Perhaps I can go around the table.
What
Katie,
the
I'll start with
fuck?
you first.
What
the
the
fuck?
fuck?
2 weeks ago that this was going to happen. Eventually,
Oh,
that would
shit.
happen, last Tuesday, the grand jury then did not.
I gotta put a
convene for 2
fucking
days
suit
in a row.
on.
And the grand jury was out of town allegedly for a month as of yesterday. So this is quite interesting to hear after they were sent home for the month. Now, leading up to this, there was a lot of talk about whether this would even happen, considering Alvin Bragg, who is the Manhattan district attorney who is looking into bringing these charges, would be able to, just given how long it's been since this incident, and it was allegedly a misdemeanor charge. It's never been happened in the history of the New York Attorney's Office before, and there's been a lot of controversy about whether it was appropriate given the president is a presidential candidate again, and whether it was politically motivated.
Now, does this mean he's going to jail? No, but does this mean it's kind of funny and we're going to have fun with it? Absolutely.
Questions about the district attorney's priorities.
They're so fucking mad, bro. They're mad they got you baited by the they're mad they got you baited by the grand jury.
Carrying out very violent crimes in the city behind bars.
Hold on, I'll be back in a second.
Now he is focused on President Trump. But here we are with this. The president said it was going to happen. So now there are big questions about how this will go down, whether the president will come to New York to be fingerprinted, to take the charges in person, and what that will look like with Secret Service and NYPD, and whether there will be a mugshot and how that will be handled.
I think that's important to ask at this point, Jesse. We don't exactly know how this will go down, but we do know that the indictment would not be announced until it was stamped. The DA's office would then notify an attorney for the former president that he would then be indicted. At that point, the president is then free to make the information public himself. We are reporting this as we've learned it from two law enforcement officials. We'll see if we hear anything from the former president as the moments go on here. Will he be arrested? Would there be any sort of mugshot taken? Will he appear in court? Those are questions that we do not have answers to at this moment.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And I feel bad for the guy. He didn't even really have to be president. He had a lot of money. He had a great life. And he decided to run. He won. He got in. They took him down. And now they're trying to nickel and dime him for a private agreement he made with a woman, 8 years ago? It has nothing to do with politics. Wasn't paid through campaign funds. This is a disgrace. And I think it takes about a week to get the logistics in, so he'll come up and he will get fingerprinted. And they'll get a mugshot. And then they'll plaster that mugshot all over the country for the next 2 years and run against a criminal. And that's what this is all about. No one wanted this. Not even the left wanted this. But now I'm thinking Bragg got embarrassed because everything you heard over the last 48 hours is they were just going to put this to bed and take a break for a month. So I don't know if there's pressure put on him because his numbers went up in the last couple weeks when this thing swirled. So maybe the left's calculating that indicting this guy is going to get him the nomination and they think he's easier to beat. But I wouldn't be so sure about that because there's going to be a major rally around the flag feeling. I'm starting to feel it right now. I'm angry about it. I don't like it. The country's not going to stand for it. And people better be careful. And that's all I'll say about that.
Okay.
This is the third act of the movie, right? It really is. This is how it has to be. This guarantees his nomination. Alvin Bragg is the MAGA Republican of the Year. He just got Trump's nomination. I think if there's a mugshot, which there will be, you got to own it. That's got to be the poster. That's got to be. He is an OG, right? If they give me, he is a badass. If he's got a mugshot, you might as well go right into it. And the thing is, his poll numbers have gone up with this. I just think this is going to make sure he is going to be on the ticket. And to your point, they made that gamble in 2016. They thought that he would lose to Hillary, and he didn't. So I don't know if they really think that this is good, like the Joy Behar logic, which is like, oh, he'll be easy to beat.
Just one factual point. It's being reported that it's a felony indictment, and I was saying earlier that they were looking at it as a misdemeanor, and that's why much of the criticism was about that issue. There was talk that Alvin Bragg, as the Manhattan district attorney, would try to make it a felony, to make it a more serious charge. And now, of course, he's going to have to prove this because he's the one who's taking the information from the grand jury, and he will have to then explain why, beyond a reasonable doubt, he thinks that the charges will stick.
Jessica?
He did. He was bumping it up because it was seen as something to help Donald Trump's campaign, because this all happened a couple of weeks before the election. So it clearly was something that he didn't want to come out and inform the results of the 2016 election. I'm completely shocked by this. When Trump said, I'm going to be indicted on Tuesday, I thought, okay, maybe it's not Tuesday, but this is coming.
I haven't tied a tie in so long.
They weren't meeting on their normal days. And then the letter that Alvin Bragg sent back in response to...
But I guess you never forget.
And said, basically, this is all
the only tie I own. I got it from my dad.
About an indictment. No one out of New York is talking about it.
Many years ago.
Due to the fact that there was a lot of pressure on him from liberals. I talked about it on air, saying that of all of the myriad of things that Donald Trump is under investigation for, this is not the one where you're going to be able to rally people around to say, yeah, this is unequivocally a thing that he did wrong. It was going to be what happened in Georgia with pressuring officials there to overturn the 2020
Bro, this is crazy.
election.
I can't believe it.
Which there is no evidence, but go ahead.
What, phone calls saying, find me 11
What's your definition of find? Like, do you find something that you have to create, or do you find something that's already there?
Well, they weren't there, and it had been certified
No,
and examined and certified again.
Find me a good masseuse. I don't say create a new masseuse. Find me a masseuse.
You don't think that the tour of Donald Trump and all of his lawyers throughout the country trying to get the results overturned in states like Arizona and Pennsylvania and Georgia?
Georgia. I was just responding to Georgia.
Okay. So anyway,
Georgia was on your mind.
Always. The mugshot will definitely be part of this. I mean, Donald Trump was up. The Fox News poll that just came up, he's up 30 points in this. He was going to be the nominee anyway. I mean, I was even talking about, should Ron DeSantis run this time around? He's young. Wait until Trump is out of the picture if you're going to do this. But it certainly seems like he would be the nominee.
This is a moment in American history that people will remember. This is a political Rubicon that has been crossed. Yeah. It will certainly change the GOP primary, but it will also change precedent. And Democrats talk a lot about precedent. Well, they just set one with this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And by the way, since this is white collar, we obviously have our camera outside the DA's office here in New York. The DA's office has to now ask Trump's attorney when he plans to come to New York to be arraigned. It doesn't require him to turn himself in, so there's no specific time frame. It could be any minute now. It could be any day, but we'll see.
Well, you can zoom it in, but they won't let him zoom it in because they want the spectacle.
He wants it too, though.
He doesn't want to be indicted. If you think he wants this, he doesn't want it. The family doesn't want it.
Fuck.
Imagine being Barron Trump. Hey, Dad, what are you looking at? It's not good. And it's horrible that Alvin Bragg, who's a joke in this town, who should get run out of town because crime's running wild, is going after this. If you get a haircut a couple weeks before an election and you pay for it out of your own pocket, not campaign funds, how is that a campaign finance felony? You were going to get a haircut anyway. You wanted to look good anyway, just like he would have paid off this woman anyway,
you think
whether he was running for president or not.
Is the same as getting a touch-up on your hair?
Yeah, dude, come on, dude. Come on, it's just like a masseuse or a haircut.
For Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill, the Fox has spoken with one senior aide and one source close to the House inquiry of Manhattan DA.
The only funny part about this is that, like, it is literally the lowest offense that you could get him on. Like, it's just the lowest offense that you could get him on, which is like campaign finance law mismanagement, which has happened regularly and routinely. Other people have had to pay basically just like a small fine, but I'm still going to enjoy it. I don't give a fuck.
Out of the race if you're indicted. And he said, absolutely not. He predicted then and said it would probably help my numbers. Now, as this has been brewing and we've been waiting on some potential action by the Manhattan DA, we have seen him climb in the polls. Our own polls show that he's added several points to his lead among GOP primary voters over the last few weeks while we knew this was percolating. A lot of folks will say this is baked in. So now we wait to see what happens. I do think the president, I think Jesse's right, nobody wants to be indicted, but I do think this president is very good, the former president, at making the best of whatever circumstances come his way. And I think he knows that if people see him in handcuffs, being dragged around, it lends to his argument that the establishment is against him, the deep state is against him. So not a positive, but I think that he knows how to turn it into one as best possible. So now we will wait to see what happens. As you all mentioned, we've got Georgia. We had the foreperson in that grand jury out there talking about the fact that she was estimating or predicting several indictments. We've got the ongoing federal investigations, 2 different probes within the Justice Department. So listen, there is nothing illegally that stops a president or anyone who has been indicted from running for the White House, even if convicted. That's not going to stop him either. So I don't expect his campaign to slow down. In the lead, at least, if anything, I expect it would rev up. But we're all waiting to see documents to get more information. That may take a while. We'll figure out when the arraignment's going to be. But for now, after what seemed like a pause, after some interesting testimony from attorney Robert Costello, who said there are emails you haven't seen to the grand jury, there's more to the story about Michael Cohen, and caution from the left and the right that Michael Cohen may not be the best witness to build this case around, they've moved forward. So an indictment is one thing, a conviction is something totally different.
It's a felony charge for what is otherwise considered a misdemeanor in almost every single circumstance. It's only sister's wedding, Trump indicted. Absolutely, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely. So the interesting component here is literally that, well, one, there's a couple different things we got to talk about. Number one, Donald Trump has done a fuckload of crimes. I believe, according to the Office of Ethics or Citizens for Ethics Foundation, 53 crimes that he has committed since he's been in office, right? Or leading up to him running for the presidency. So he's done a lot of crimes. That much is clear. This is probably one of the lower versions of that, like in the lowest of low rungs, because of the nature of the crime itself. It is technically considered in other circumstances a misdemeanor, and for it to be a felony, you need to show intent, and also you need to be able to prove that this was done with prior knowledge that it would be illegal. As far as I understand, you would have to literally also show that you did it specifically to save your campaign. Like, there are a lot of different components here that make this such a weird thing to indict Trump over. But, like, it's still funny. You know what I mean? It's still very funny. Does that make sense? Like, that's why I'm
Gowdy
cherishing
is joining us now as well, former South Carolina congressman and host of Sunday Night in America. Trey, jump on in here to the news, and what are your thoughts?
Well, it's a surprise, but quite candidly, we're not supposed to know what grand juries are doing. Ideally, this has been an exception. My position has not changed. I think it is the weakest of the 4 investigations. It's the wrong prosecutor, which you alluded to. It's the wrong fact pattern. You got statute of limitations issues. It's really a misdemeanor that put on a suit, and they want it to look like a felony. And I just look, when our justice system becomes a political tool, then we are on thin ice as a republic, and I think we are increasingly heading in that direction.
Trey, did Democrats just indict a former president over sex? Because we were told during the 90s that it was just
There
sex.
ain't no way. There ain't no fucking way, dude.
And it had nothing to do with politics,
Yes!
nothing to do with policy. Weren't we told that?
Yes!
And you have to understand, he says he didn't have sex with this woman. She had her hand out saying, hey, I'm not going to say anything unless you pay me. So either it's a consensual sexual encounter or it's a shakedown. And Democrats want to make that a felony?
I don't understand. Why would it be a fucking shakedown? It's literally just how they have explained the situation. That's what it is.
No longer going to prosecute prostitution was on that list. So it can't be about sex. It is the falsification of a business record, which, look, I'm not in favor of. You shouldn't do it. It's a misdemeanor.
But come on, let him have this. Like that's Fox News defense is literally just come on, let him have it. Yeah, it's a little bit of crime.
Federal election law violation. The U.S. attorney's already taken a pass on this case. So again, I'm not speaking for the other jurisdictions that have the former president under investigation. I've always thought special counsel was factually the one where he was in the most peril. I don't know why you wouldn't go with your strongest case. And I can tell you right now, Jack Smith probably is not happy about it either, because prosecutors always go with your strongest factual and legal case. This ain't that.
Trey, this is Greg. How you doing?
Hello, Greg.
I miss you. Anyway, everybody always says, nobody is above the law. No one's above the law. It's so trite. But it feels like no one should be below the law either, and it feels like Trump has been made to be below the law. You don't have to meet any standards.
Yeah, it's so fucked up, dude. If there's one thing, Trump, if there's one thing that's happened to Trump, he's been prosecuted too much. That's what I'm always thinking. That's what I'm always saying. One funny fact about Trump is that they prosecute him too much. They over-prosecute him.
The law. So there are plenty of examples on both sides of our justice system being weaponized. So I would think that this would be something that we universally rejected. But unfortunately, if it's done to our opponents, we like it. And if it's done to our friends, we don't.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why it's significant is because, former presidents have gotten in trouble, or presidents have gotten in trouble with the law before. Like, there's that famous horse speed ticket. I forget who it was, but there have been instances like this, right? No, I'm not even talking about Nixon. No, I'm not. No, it never. Yeah, it was Grant, right? Obviously, former presidents have violated the law routinely, both during their tenure or even before their tenure. Like George W. Bush was drunk driving, got caught, but that was before he ever became president. So did Dick Cheney, by the way, but that's besides the point. Anyway, but that kind of stuff is whatever. Grant was speeding with a horse. That's why he got a couple speeding tickets with a horse. But never in the history of the United States of America have you ever had a former president get indicted for something. Even Richard Nixon didn't get it. So that's why this is unique.
Left have criticized the effort. This is a patently political prosecution, writes Jonathan Turley. A lot of reaction, obviously, pouring in from both sides of the aisle at this moment. The White House has been asked for comment. When asked, do you have comment? We don't. I believe that was the direct quote. So the White House is not weighing in this moment.
Yeah, why would they weigh in? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we do not comment on matters, so you can call us out as blatantly moving the needle on an active, ongoing fucking indictment. Yeah, no shit. You know who shouldn't be speaking out on this, and yet he has? Donald Trump. Donald Trump regularly engaged in jury tampering by routinely fucking talking about the indictment before it happened. That is actually another fucking law-abiding moment for Donald Trump. Someone with that level of power and influence should not be able to just leak information that he was supposed to not be privy to because of some of the witnesses that were brought into the grand jury, in front of the grand jury, and then openly stating that it's fucked up. Not illegal to talk about an indictment? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying it's illegal to talk about an indictment. I'm saying that you could absolutely consider it to be jury tampering if you get information about an indictment that you are not privy to because some of your former lawyers or people connected to your former lawyers have access to information that the public is not privy to, and then you publicly blast the fucking jury on the timeline, you publicly blast the people and try to motivate a potential insurrection in an effort to stop this from happening. He literally said, go out into the fucking streets. Get out to the streets and go out and protest this shit. Okay? That in and of itself is in my opinion, definitely, this is so libbed up. I mean, yeah, it's, for the record, I don't think anything's going to happen. I just want you to understand, I am an incredibly cynical person. I'm just simply reacting to the news and laughing about it. But that does not mean that I think that he has a serious shot at being fucking arrested and going to jail or anything like that. Do not misunderstand me. This is simply for entertainment.
Issue. I'm the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the attorney general's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times.
And you believe it should happen?
I believe we have to hold them accountable.
Andy Biggs just put out a note saying this is Trump derangement syndrome. It's infiltrated our judicial system. If they can come for him, they can come for anyone.
I don't like when people have been saying that a lot the last few weeks. They can come from you if you do the same thing that he did. It's not like he was just walking down the street and did.
Jessica. No one's going after some random dude that settles an extortion case with a woman. Come on. It's because he's running for president.
Alvin Bragg had backed down from that position because it wasn't even popular within the ranks.
He
right?
was waiting for the timing to be right. And this was good timing.
I guess that it was.
Yes, technically his Secret Service would have to go into jail.
By how heavy this feels
alongside
and
Trump.
There are very few moments. I mean, I'm
which
no
is pretty
fan
awesome.
Of the former president, and I'm not saying that he didn't commit a crime, but I am really struck by how powerful
Jesse
it feels
Waters
right
is
now
freaking pissed. He's in this mode.
Going to be 100% a note in every single history book that is going to come after this about what has gone on, and that has nothing to do with.
That's why Bragg did it.
I mean, it's pretty awesome, and it's pretty funny. Like, here's a thing that these fucking dipshits would say, regardless of the material conditions of whoever the perpetrator of any particular crime is, regardless of the low-level offenses that they might be serving a fucking life sentence for, these fucking dickheads in suits would sit there and go, don't do the crime if you can't do the time. But when it comes down to like one of the most powerful motherfuckers on the planet, who literally was the most powerful motherfucker on the planet until he lost an election because Joe Brandon stole it from him, they're like, dude, we need to do prison abolition. Our prisons should be obsolete, right? Like a bunch of Angela Davises. You never would have thought. You never would have seen it. You love to see it. You hate to see it. Doesn't matter. They're like, it is really fucked up that the criminal justice system is so gross and the carceral state is so inhumane. It's like, the fuck do you mean, man? What do you mean? It is for the fucking working poor. For once, we should have a little bit of fun. We should have a little bit of fun at the expense of like an actually powerful person who's done a tremendously shitty job as president. And not only that, but like will receive just a fraction of the outcomes. I wish that this was not done over the hush money for Stormy Daniels. I wish this was done over the RICO charges, the RICO case that's being developed for the past fucking however many years now with Fani Willis. She should be worrying more about her RICO case on Donald Trump for election tampering, which is a very valid case, instead of, trying to make sure that like everyone who's ever rapped under Young Thug's record label goes to prison permanently. Okay? How about you work on this shit instead? I wish it was over that. I wish this indictment was actually over that RICO case, because that RICO case is actually a valid one, a legitimate one, a genuine, like that one is actually genuine. That one is actually a viable, viable and valid RICO charge that he could be hit with, because he actually did do something that is criminal. And he should go to jail over it. This one, he's just going to get a fucking light pad. He's going to get a tap. He's not even going to get a slap on the wrist. He's going to get a little bit of this on the wrist, okay? Maximum, he pays like a fine or some shit. It'd be really funny if they perp walked him for that.
Didn't think this was the best case that they had, but we are where we are, and this is unprecedented territory.
Katie? Brett, you mentioned the political implications of this, and you go through the list of prosecutors on the federal level who decided not to bring these charges. Just generally speaking, at a time when the country is in a place of distrust of institutions. The political lines have been drawn. It's a very
Bro.
intense political environment. How do you see this moving?
I love the Associated Press using this photo. That's deliberate. You know what I'm saying? They're pulling the Andrew Tate on him with these photos. They're perp walking him like he's Andrew Tate. Are they gonna like shave his head too and not let him, and then make it grow out unevenly and shit? What the fuck? He's gonna be in jail for one night and have his pants hemmed and the sleeves cut off his sweats and have a snack stash like the kids at camp on heavyweights. Oh yeah. Also, he's rich. He doesn't
think that.
Here's the thing: rich people don't go to jail like fucking poor people do. Okay, he goes to jail or he goes to the fucking courts on his own time. So remember that. Rich people also don't see the top of the hour ad break. That's just how it fucking works, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Use it here. You can also get gifted a sub. Sometimes that's what rich people do. Prop 65 warning. Thank you for the 5-tier-1 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
This is almost like 2016, where he just commands all the free media. You know what I mean? And everybody laughed about it. They, like Morning Joe and CNN, thought that they were just going to, amplify him so he'll lose. And it didn't turn out that way.
Do I think that Trump getting perp walked is going to benefit him? Absolutely. He's going to look like a bad bitch. But guess what? Ultimately, that's more content. Do you understand? There's nothing I can do about it. And I'm just analyzing it. I'm just laughing at it. Do you understand? And that's what your perspective on the matter should be. Do not take this super seriously. Do not act like this is going to end him or anything like that. We don't know. It's not very likely either. Virtual Meal, Darkest Fortune, and Cam Shron, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You know?
Sobering and unprecedented development. But if justice demanded that Michael Cohen go to jail for a scheme directed by someone else, justice also requires that the person responsible for directing the scheme must answer for their offenses against the law, and that person is Donald Trump.
True.
Also, just a little bit of color, as you can see, the live shot of the Manhattan DA's office there. We have a reporter on the scene who's describing helicopters already hovering overhead. Several court officers are outside lining up. There's some tension building there. They are saying that Bragg is still in that office right now, as his car is still and parked somewhere around there. So far, none of the Trump lawyers have specifically weighed into Fox on this case at the moment. Jessica, want to jump in there?
I don't care what Adam Schiff has to say. That guy is a total basket case and is responsible for the unjust political
Susie 3 Sheep, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. My food is here. I got to go grab her real quick.
Tried to charge a bodega owner with attempted murder for defending himself. A guy broke into his shop. Luckily, he had a knife and he ended up defending himself. Bragg wanted to throw that man in prison. Bragg lets felons go rape women in this city. It is a disgusting scene at the DA's office, and that man better show up to the cameras and start answering questions about what judgments he made here. And I hope the House Republicans haul his little butt back to Capitol Hill and answer. And so he answers.
Damn, he said he's
to the
fat.
American people about what he's doing here. This cannot stand. I actually agree with Jessica. This doesn't feel right. Something feels terrible.
You know, GOP candidate Vivek Ramaswamy just weighed in, saying very similarly, it will undermine public trust in our electoral system and justice system. He says it's un-American for the ruling party to use police power to arrest.
Dude, you know what's really, yeah, you know what undermines American trust in the electoral system? Constantly lying about voter fraud to a degree, or constantly lying about how the voter fraud actually ended up stealing the elections and then doing a fucking insurrection that was a failure overall over it. That literally undermines elections. That does. It fucks your side over so hard that like Republicans literally were like, why the fuck am I voting for this shit? It genuinely depresses voter turnout when they feel like the deep state pedophile Democrats are fucking controlling elections.
History. Fox News has learned from 2 law enforcement sources that a grand jury in New York City has indicted former President Donald Trump. This is the first former president or sitting president to face criminal charges. The precise charges not currently known, but the case is focused on a hush money payment to a porn actress during his 2016
That's the funniest part, that they have
campaign.
to reveal the details every
This is a
single
moment
time.
that will shake up the 2024 race, but again, is historic. We've never seen anything like this before. Let's get the latest now from senior correspondent Laura Engel, live in New York. Good evening, Laura.
Good evening, Brett. And as you can see, there are cameras are downtown at that courthouse. Fox News can confirm that a Manhattan grand jury has voted to indict former President Donald Trump, as you mentioned, the first former U.S. president to be charged criminally. The 23 grand.
I'm not going to lie. This is going to fire up the schizo base a little bit, I think. Like, do I think this is something that the regular Republicans give a shit about all that much? Maybe not. A lot of them are in a holding pattern, voters, I mean, where they're just like looking to see what happens in the primaries, right? But the schizo base is like, oh my God. Like, I can see them trying to blow up the courthouse or some shit. I hope that that doesn't happen, but.
Mom, I want a vape. Mom, I want a vape.
Illegal. You go to jail for that because of Trump.
During a rally in Waco Saturday, Trump, who is again running for president, claimed he's under investigation for something that is not a crime, not a misdemeanor, not an affair. The felony indictment is under seal, and we expect to get more details on the charges in the coming days. Trump's attorneys will likely negotiate with the district attorney some sort of plan to have the former president surrender and be arraigned in downtown Manhattan. A lawyer for Trump told us that she doesn't know when he would surrender. Now, Trump is also facing 3 other criminal investigations, including efforts to overturn the 2020 election, keeping classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, and the January 6th Capitol riot. We will bring you more as we get it here in New York. Brett.
Okay, Laura, thank you. Let's go to Fox News chief legal correspondent and anchor of Fox News Sunday, Shannon Bream. Good evening, Shannon. Just moments ago, Eric Trump relaying that this was a third world prosecutorial misconduct, reacting to the word of the indictment. It is shocking, and it is not something that I think people expected at 5:28 on a Thursday after what we've been seeing in recent days.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is the first of its kind. This is the first time in history we are indicting a former president. So we are in totally new territory here. And Alvin Bragg has been warned by people right, center, and left that they are worried that what he's done with this case is going to look like nothing but political maneuvering when it comes time to actually get a conviction. An indictment is one thing, a conviction is another. You heard the former president talk about this in Waco. He says there's a new tool in the bag against me. It is prosecutorial discretion. Nobody wants to be indicted, but he is certainly.
Let's take a look at what Trump had to say about this.
Unusual situation that's taking place. And again, legal scholars can't believe what they're witnessing. And yet, after going over 11 million pages of documents, I built a great company. They've got nothing. They've got nothing. Think of it. 11 million pages. And my tax returns on top of it, and they're a big return. It probably makes me the most innocent man in the history of our country. Friends of mine say that. You will be vindicated.
Not my enemies, just friends of mine. They say that, believe me.
Works. It'll be up to New York jurors now.
All right, Shannon, stand by if you would. Let's bring in George Washington University Law School professor Jonathan Turley. Jonathan, I heard some reaction from you. It is quite something to see this moment, and it's really historic, this moment that we're facing.
It is. It's historic. It's not necessarily good history that is being made. It's not that I oppose the indictment of a former president. I don't even oppose the indictment of a sitting president on constitutional basis. But this indictment that is reportedly following the theory that we've been talking about is political. It's a raw political prosecution. Now, the indictment may come out with a crime that none of us have heard of, but for many months, This bootstrapping theory has been put out there. This idea that you could take a misdemeanor under New York law that has expired, that has a 2-year statute of limitations, and revive it.
I love the expiration on it. Because, like, you literally couldn't fucking indict him because he was a sitting president. Like, what do you mean? You can't, what the fuck?
Bragg's own predecessor declined to prosecute.
Yeah, they tried to do it while he was the president. You were like, you can't fucking indict a sitting president. Shut the fuck up.
Into a state case. And if that is the basis for the indictment, I think it's rather outrageous. I think it's legally pathetic.
Looking live at Mar-a-Lago,
legally
Palm
pathetic.
Beach, residence for the former president. I want to read just a paragraph from the New York Times documenting of this in this story. It says, on Thursday, the 3 lead prosecutors on the Trump investigation walked into the building where the grand jury was sitting in the minutes before the panel was scheduled to meet at 2 p.m. One of them carried a copy of the penal law with Post-it notes visible, which was likely used to read the criminal statutes to the grand jurors before they voted. About 3 hours later, the prosecutors walked into the court clerk's office through a back door to begin the process of filing the indictment. As you rightly point out, Jonathan, the federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York chose not to go down this road with this case. The Federal Election Commission chose not to go down this road with this case.
I can't wait for them to like use incredible like legal, like absolutely insane fucking legal counters here to, instead of like addressing the facts of the matter, they're going to say stuff like, well, how could a grand jury ever not be tarnished? Because it's the president, and he was a very polarizing figure. A jury of his peers? Well, Trump is unmatchable. He is the greatest superhero of all time. There is no peer. But, you know what I mean? They should throw this grand jury indictment in the trash because, again, you cannot have a peer. You cannot have anyone be unbiased against our Lord and Savior Donald Trump. Shit like that. They're going to do it, and it's going to be really fun to watch, in my opinion.
John Edwards, arguing that hush money paid to another woman who bore a child out of that relationship.
Oh, yeah, John Edwards
was, in fact, a campaign.
That one is legit.
Violation. That was a much stronger case, but they lost. And the reason they lost
He's right about this.
Even if you can bootstrap that dead misdemeanor into something alive, you're essentially arguing a federal case that the Department of Justice declined. But it's also a case that requires you to show, if that is the basis of this indictment, that Trump's his sole motive for paying this money or having third parties pay it was for the election.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem from Edwards. There's a host of reasons why
he could say he did this.
Married individual would want to.
He can say this, that he paid the hush money for not just like this campaign, but actually he paid the hush money to protect himself.
Negotiation that's going to happen
to protect his marriage.
The dealing with the Secret Service, the fingerprinting, the photograph. We've been through kind of speculation about this. But one last thing on the legal case. You talked about how this is new as far as its construct. And judges would have to evaluate that not only first on the case itself, but then if you got to a conviction on an appeal that could last for a very long time. Meantime, there are other federal cases that perhaps are stronger if you are really going after the former president. The federal case in Georgia about election interference, and not to mention the special counsel and the January 6th investigation.
Yeah, and look, Bragg is.
If I was Trump, I'd be pissed that Fox News keeps saying that, by the way. I'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up. Why do you keep telling him that there are better cases out there?
Theory, which is the only one that's been discussed publicly, that is unprecedented. And I expect that New York judges will have.
What's unprecedented is that you can have a president. You can have a president with like better cases elsewhere, both at the DOJ level or at another state. That's unprecedented. It's wild that we're like, well, you know, if you really wanted to throw him in jail, you could have used the Georgia one or the January 6th committee. It's like, what? Like, how unhinged are we as a fucking nation that the former president has better cases that you can use to throw him in jail than the current one that just indicted him? And no one sits around and goes, that's kind of fucked up. That's weird, bro.
Committee, and he says that this is, quote,
it's true,
outrageous.
By the way. It is true. Those guys on Fox News are saying truthful things right now.
We've also heard from Andy Biggs, Republican from Arizona, somebody who has been a staunch defender of the former president. He says that this is Trump derangement syndrome. Meantime, on the other side of the aisle, you have Pete Aguilar. He's the chair of the House Democratic Caucus, and he says it's long overdue for the American people to see him be held accountable. Let's bring him to justice. Tom Tillis, Republican senator from North Carolina, says that this indictment doesn't pass the smell test. And then Adam Schiff, the former chairman of the Intelligence Committee, also he was the lead impeachment manager during the first impeachment trial. He says that this is deeply and fundamentally necessary to preserve the rule of law. Now, tomorrow was the deadline for these three House committee chairs. I mentioned Jim Jordan. We also had Brian Stile. He's the chair of the House Administration Committee, which has jurisdiction over federal elections. And also James Comer, Republican of Kentucky, who deals with the Oversight Committee. They had another deadline for tomorrow to get information from Alvin Bragg. They want to know what money is being spent on this investigation. They also want to know if he's been talking to the Justice Department. They want to understand the scope. They're saying, look, you're a local DA in one borough in Manhattan, New York. How can you deal with a former president of the United States?
Dude, God, Trump is such a fucking awesome character, dude. I mean, he really fucked shit up, but like, this is awesome. Like, I mean, look at how many different ways you can celebrate this. How hot is he going to look in his mugshot? He is a mugshouty. He is a mugshouty.
They were not going to comment on this until they actually saw official paperwork from the DA. So Democrats, to some degree, and we saw this a couple of weeks ago, Brett, when there was this, swirl, this conjecture that it was imminent that there was going to be an indictment here. The Democrats were more than happy just to kind of sit this out and let Republicans go to bat for the president. They were kind of viewing this from a political lens or through a political lens and say, look, if you guys want to go and defend former President Trump, somebody who's been through 2 impeachment trials, the riot, all these other things here, go do it. We're just going to sit that out and let the American
impeachment
people
survivors.
So the reaction coming in here on Capitol Hill. I should note that just a couple of hours ago, this was the final session for 2 weeks. We're on the Easter Passover recess here, and the Capitol is basically a ghost town after about 3:30, 4 o'clock. There's nobody here. That would be a different scene. You would have press conferences, people chasing, reporters chasing members up and down the hall, but nobody is here. Everybody has gone home. They went to the airport. They got on the train. And so all this reaction is kind of delayed. It's going to be a slow reaction here from Capitol Hill because nobody is on Capitol Hill right now, Brett.
Yeah, these motherfuckers are the worst, bro. They just never work. They're just openly fucking admitting that he won. Oh, yeah, he really did. He did. This is this is yet another fucking day full of W's for liberals on Twitter. I hate to see it. I hate to say it. But every annoying fucking lib, every resistance lib that has popped off on the timeline should be celebrating, really. It didn't happen last time. I don't know why. There it is. Ha 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 ha. Oops, I mean how terrible for Donald Trump. Jeff Tiedrich. He did it. He fucking did it, man. You won, Jeff. You got him. Just a little bit. Just have fun with it, is my point. Do I think that he's going to go to jail over this? No. Does it matter? Will it, I hope, piss off the Republicans? I hope so.
To go down this road. But, Alvin Bragg, there were kind of 2 volleys, Wimbledon-esque back and forth between the House committee chairs and Alvin Bragg over the past 7-8 days. And Alvin Bragg saying, look, you don't have jurisdiction here. It is inappropriate. It is improper for you to get involved in a criminal investigation that I'm conducting in New York City. Historically, Congress has stayed out of those matters, and that's why Alvin Bragg said that this was so extraordinary. You had people like Jamie Raskin, the Democrat from Maryland, who's the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, saying as much and kind of going to bat for Bragg. So it's unclear. And partly it's unclear, Brett, because this is such uncharted territory. We have never really been here before with an indicted president, let alone with, a House committee or a trio of House committees investigating the DA at that point and wanting him to come and testify, telling him that he is not immune from a subpoena to appear.
Yeah, I love the fucking the Republican Party being like, this is political, so we're gonna make it political. Like, imagine literally trying to intimidate and investigate a DA that's like actively conducting an investigation into a former president of your party. That's wild. That is literally political. Do I think the DA is political? Absolutely. Okay. Do I think this case is like political? Of course it is. Donald Trump. Do I still advocate for it? 100%.
Deep state and save our country by putting America first. For that, the political elites and power brokers have weaponized government to try and stop him. They will fail. He will be reelected in the greatest landslide in American history, and together we will all make America great again. This is Taylor Budowich, CEO of Make America Great Again, Inc. Let's bring in White House correspondent Peter Doocy, live from the North Lawn. I assume the White House is not going down this road as of yet. Good evening, Peter.
They're not. I asked a few officials here at the White House, Brett, if they had any comment on this indictment, if they were going to have any comment on this indictment tonight, and I got a real short response back. It just said, we don't. If there is some kind of a Biden brief.
I love this because, like, what Peter Doocy is doing here and what everyone else is doing in the media right now, especially in right-wing media, is basically like gray name chatters that come in and bait me. Whenever, like, something is happening, they'll be like, Hasan, your silence on this matter is deafening. They're literally trying to bait the White House into saying something so they can fucking be like, look at how political this is. And the White House so far, of course, is not like dumb enough to literally come out and say anything. Okay? So they're like, they're not saying anything
Yet. And recently, officials here have talked about this.
But they're trying. They're trying so hard to bait them.
There are sensitivities because Donald Trump is already a candidate for 2024, and President Biden intends to become a candidate. So they try to avoid Hatch Act considerations or be respectful of Hatch Act considerations. But there are some questions that they have not been able to avoid. They've told us that they are not aware. They've told us within the last week and a half, they're not aware of any threats tied to political or threats of political violence tied to the Trump, the possibility of a Trump indictment. They've also said that if people are going to protest, it's important to this administration that they protest peacefully. But you get the sense,
the far right fell off.
Officials here and listening to what they say privately and publicly, that they don't really want to talk about this. They think that they've got a good thing going, contrasting their record with Republicans on Capitol Hill. They would rather talk about the issues. You don't see President Biden go out and talk about anything but his budget and his agenda. So it seems like they're going to try as hard as they can here at the White House to keep the focus on things that the president would be doing if there was no indictment. Tomorrow he's going to go to Mississippi to survey storm damage. It's entirely possible that we don't hear anything directly from President Biden for several days about this. And it would seem that that is how officials that are in charge of the message here would like to keep it for as long as possible. Brett.
Peter Doocy, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has been reaching out to the candidates running against the former president for the 2024 nomination on the GOP side. Rich, what are you hearing?
Well, not so much, Brett, at least not much of a reaction in the way. First off, the Trump campaign hasn't said anything about this. You read the statement from the super PAC that's supporting Donald Trump in his bid for the presidency, but nothing specifically from the campaign or from Donald Trump himself yet on social media. You've also got Nikki Haley, his
react harder, White House,
during his administration. Her campaign has not gotten back to us. We've reached out to them for some reaction. Former Vice President Mike Pence, who is mulling a run, he has not gotten back to us either, though we have seen something from the former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He has not said he is running for president, but he has said he is mulling a run, and he said in a tweet that the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is undermining America's confidence in our legal system. Bragg is the same Soros-funded prosecutor who refuses to prosecute violent crimes. Prosecuting serious crimes keeps Americans safe, but political prosecution...
You know what's funny? They're not wrong when they say that. Because the American criminal justice system is not supposed to throw like rich people and powerful people or right-wing people in general in jail. Okay, unless they're like meth head Nazis that blew up like shot at Transformers at another fucking power facility or something, right? Like like the American criminal justice system is operated under the assumption, has always operated under the assumption that like if you're rich, if you're white, if you're powerful, like unless you fuck over other rich people like pretty aggressively, you're probably not ever going to suffer legal consequences for your actions. So with that in mind, they're not wrong when they say this undermines our confidence in the criminal justice system. Like, this guy's not supposed to go to jail. Like, he's not poor. He's not black. He's not brown. Like, that's crazy. Like, he's not supposed to ever withstand any kind of legal scrutiny.
Got a statement from the former president, so it's fairly lengthy, but I'll read it here because we're looking for reaction from him. We'll put up some pictures of him as I read this. This is a statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. This is political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. From the time I came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower, and even before I was sworn in as your president of the United States, the radical left Democrats, the enemy of the hard-working men and women of this country, have been engaged in a witch hunt to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. You remember it just like I do. Russia, 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 the Mueller hoax, Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax 1, impeachment hoax 2, the illegal and unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid, and now this. The Democrats have lied, cheated, and stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump, but now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. Never before in our nation's history has this been done. The Democrats have cheated countless times over the decades, including spying on my campaign, but weaponizing our justice system to punish a political opponent who just so happens to be a president of the United States and by far the leading Republican candidate for president has never happened before.
Fuck he's
ever.
like
Manhattan DA Alvin.
He had to hit one for DeSantis in there too.
George Soros is a disgrace. Going on, saying rather than stopping the unprecedented crime wave taking over New York City, he's doing Joe Biden's dirty work, ignoring the murders and burglaries and assaults he should be focused on. This is how Bragg spends his time. I believe this witch hunt will backfire massively on Joe Biden. The American people realize exactly what the radical left Democrats are doing here. Everyone can see it. So our movement and our party, united and strong, will first defeat Alvin Bragg, and then we will defeat Joe Biden, and we are going to throw every last one of these crooked Democrats out of office so we can make America great again. Again, that is a complete statement from Donald J. Trump.
It's so sad that Trump can't even get his fucking supporters out there. The only people are like resistance libs that are like 75 years old.
President, current, former, sitting, to be charged with a crime. According to law enforcement sources, the indictment was filed this afternoon, late this afternoon.
I'm telling you,
by
man.
the Manhattan District Attorney's office and prosecutors in that office after a grand jury vote. We don't, again, have specifics of these charges, but
I'm
it is
not even
tied
kidding.
to this,
Dude, he is fucking
payment,
falling off, brother.
To a porn actress that was made in the 2016, leading up to the 2016 presidential election. This is what the focus has been, but again, we don't have the specifics. But there you hear a very lengthy statement by the former president of the United States. Let's bring in our panel. Harold Ford Jr., former Tennessee congressman, co-host of The Five, Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief at The Federalist, and Vince Colonnese, WMAL Washington talk radio host and editorial director at The Daily Caller. Molly, let me start with you. Your reaction to this day, the president's comments there, and where this heads.
Well, it's a very dark day. One of the things that we cared about in this country for a very long time was to be a nation ruled by law and not by men. This ushers in what will probably be a very dark era of political persecution and prosecution, the type that we normally associate with the Soviet Union or with banana republics. You know, during the Stalin era, it was common to say, show me the man and I'll find you the crime. It didn't matter, you know, whether someone had broken any law. They would figure out a way to charge and convict them of that for political opponents. And you see this all the time in third world countries where political opponents who are deemed a threat to the current regime are charged with crimes. This is not good for this country. It is very...
Trump supporters are afraid of cities. They're not going to New York. Dude, you're crazy. Like, I mean, part of the reason why there's not a big enough crowd forming out there for Trump supporters at this time is because, like, the grand jury debated everybody. If you recall, originally they were like, there was a will they, won't they type situation where they kept saying like, oh, we're postponing for another day. We're postponing for another day. We're postponing for another day. And then they just out of nowhere said, we're going to postpone for a month. And then 2 days later, boom, dropped it on them. Dropped it on them like a dime, dude. Fucking awesome. Absolute mental shit, lads. Fucking love to see it, lads.
That they were worried about this prosecution going forward. Again, we don't have the specific papers as of yet, but we know from sources it has been
mental fucking strategy.
So I've watched your show, and I agree with Molly in one regard. This is an unfortunate and dark moment. I'd say two or three different things.
They keep saying how dark of a moment it is, and I'm out here like, bro, I can see clearly now the rain has gone. You know what? It's not even fucking raining any longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck do you mean?
I think we all suppose or surmise that it has to do with some payments to a porn star. But we don't know.
We read this already.
That yet. I think it's important for Democrats, Republicans alike, particularly political officials, to show a little restraint here until we see it. Perhaps your criticism is warranted on both sides, or at least one side, but we should be careful. Two, I would differ with those who think we don't have one system of justice in this country. We do. And it's predicated on two things. The first is a presumption of innocence for anyone who was indicted. Former President Trump, like anyone, is presumed innocent. Two, the outcome of any criminal trial is based and determined not on politics, but on facts and evidence. And if it's not at the trial court level, it can be overturned at a higher court level, and that's where we determine that that's where we guarantee the checks and balances, even in our own judicial system. So I would caution those who believe that President Trump is being politically persecuted here to not persecute our judicial and legal system. We remain a system in a country ruled by laws, and no one, regardless of where they serve, where they live, where they're educated, what their race may be or job may be, is above the law. And by saying that, Brett, I also agree that no one should be subjected to any kind of persecution because of their political views. I'm going to wait and see what this indictment, what the indictment, the contents of the indictment are before commenting any further. But I would agree with all. This is not a good day for the country when a former president of the United States finds himself in this kind of potential legal peril.
Yeah, Harold, I've heard you talk before about this case as we knew it and the facts heading into this day. And you're right to point out, and I've said it 3 or 4 times on this show, that we don't have the specific documentation or how it's laid out by the prosecutors. But we know that the structure of what they were looking at going in. And you raised concerns in another seat on another show earlier than mine about that this was the first case to go forward as opposed to the case in Georgia or the special counsel case or others that perhaps politically you were saying could be different in how it's perceived.
But I give you credit. I wasn't suggesting you. I was just saying that there's some who on both sides who are taking either some apparent satisfaction and those who are taking a serious objection. I've said before on other shows and even on your show, if what we believe the structure of this indictment, which the press reports have suggested.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of what has been said on this show is by some commentators is largely right, that this could be characterized, if this is something that a misdemeanor being elevated to a criminal charge, I think there is some credence to what's been said. But all I'm saying is I don't know. I want to see the indictment.
It is funny because they don't know, right? So they also keep having to speculate, which we all are technically. So like, what if there is something is like kind of on their minds? Do you want to know why? In any other circumstance, you could very easily unload. You would need no qualifiers. You'd be like, this is fucking bullshit. Like, he's innocent as hell. Why can't they in this circumstance? Because Donald Trump has done a litany of so much illegal bullshit throughout his tenure before he was president, like over and over again, that it doesn't matter. Like, they don't know. He could have just as easily done something in that process where they don't know and they don't want to like look like assholes.
Politicians. We've seen routinely conservatives set upon by federal investigators and prosecutors.
We're all like
We've
Bryan
seen people who
Cranston
are
on his
praying,
day.
singing church hymns outside of abortion mills, who've been visited by FBI raids. And
What?
then we've seen people who have attacked pro-life pregnancy centers around the country. If they ever face justice, it's glacially slow. The effort.
Dude, this literally is like Tucker Carlson's own operation, The Daily Caller, and this is Tucker Carlson's own Michael Knowles. Where do they find these like slimy, wormy fucking Italian dudes that speak with the same exact tone? This is literally Michael Knowles, but for The Daily Caller. What is happening here? It's like blowing my fucking mind. How did they find this guy? It's like, this is actually completely unacceptable.
Every federal investigator who's taken a look at this has turned it down. And now a state prosecutor,
Bro,
Manhattan
close your
District
eyes.
Attorney,
Close your eyes. Tell me this is not Michael Knowles speaking.
claim in court that a federal crime has been committed. He's never faced a federal court for that crime. It is an unbelievable abuse of justice, and it's putting the country in a very bad place.
Okay, panel, stand by if you would. Let's bring in Trey Gowdy, former congressman from
Oh,
South Carolina.
the most
knows one or
fucked
two
up-
things about the law.
the most
as well.
fucked up
He's on the
haircut.
phone.
Trigger warning.
Trey, your thoughts on this day, maybe from the legal perspective first.
I've always thought of the four
So,
pending
welcome to the
investigations that we
shit.
know about. It was the weakest factually. There's a statute of limitations problem unless you dress it up as a felony. I mean, it really is a misdemeanor that someone put a suit on, which requires another offense and in furtherance of another crime. We don't know what that crime is. We haven't seen the indictment. I just thought it was the wrong prosecutor, the wrong fact pattern.
Hell yeah, Trey
and
Gowdy.
I'm surprised it happened. I do want to say this, though, Brett. This is not the first foray that our country has been through in terms of politicizing our justice system. I remember vividly listening to people.
This is literally Mike Pence before the conversion therapy, by the way. Like, just
Before
straight
a
up.
jury found her guilty, and then they chant the same thing about President Trump. We don't lock people up in this country that haven't been indicted or convicted. So both sides, frankly, have done it. And as a former prosecutor, I'm tired of that, but I'm also tired of prosecutors who decide which laws they're going to enforce and which ones they will not. Prostitution, Alvin Bragg says he will not pursue.
How is misusing campaign funds illegally only a misdemeanor? I mean, think about it. Think about why. Think about it this way, okay? Straw donations land you in jail, but misusing campaign funds don't. I wonder why. Well, one, because they've already made it legal to just like dump unlimited funds into any campaign you want by way of dark money, super PACs, right? So if you're stupid enough, Dinesh D'Souza, to like actually do straw donations because you're a fucking dumbass and you didn't know how to do a 501c4 or anything like that, then you go to jail. Well, you don't go to jail if you misuse campaign funds, usually. Hillary Clinton didn't go to jail. Barack Obama didn't go to jail. I believe I'm sure the George W. Bush campaign probably also did this as well. Like, there are every single political campaign has in so many different circumstances, misused campaign funds, not to the same degree, but misused campaign funds in the same way where they're like, they write themselves an IOU or something like that. You know what I mean? Or they mismanage it. What do they do in that situation? They pay a fine. Okay? They pay a fine. That's why it's considered a misdemeanor. I mean, that's the reason why it's considered a misdemeanor is because it's, it's the people that are going to be the most powerful that will actually be doing the bidding of the most powerful people, right? Like the actually powerful people. You can't throw them in jail for shit like that. That's why it's a misdemeanor. Yeah, it's like when Congress gets caught doing insider trading. You know what I mean? Or when a really wealthy person gets caught doing insider trading, like Elon Musk. It's literally just like a slap on the wrist because the system is not designed to ever throw people that are profoundly wealthy in jail. That is just how this works.
But politics never waits on all of the facts. The jury does, but politics does not. So read the indictment. God forbid we actually watch the presentation of evidence. And then we can debate selective prosecution. I think the hurdle that's hard to get over here, Brett, is many of us recall Alvin Bragg's day one memo. All the laws I'm going to...
But like from what I understand, as far as we know, as far as what everyone has speculated on Trump's charges, technically if he had filed the hush money, if he had filed like the in-between funds that went to Michael Cohen, who actually did do the hush money, if they had filed that correctly, this would not even be a thing. Like, he would not be indicted at all.
The two DOJ investigations into the former president being run by special counsel Jack Smith. Jack Smith was appointed by Attorney General Merrick Garland in November to look at the president's potential involvement in efforts to overturn the 2020 election. He's also looking into those documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago, where the president lives. About 10,000 documents, a little bit more than that, taken around 100, we are told by Justice Department sources, that were marked that had.
Why didn't Trump pay the porn star with his own money? That way, it wouldn't have been a crime. Great question. It's because Donald Trump is not as rich as you think he is. And I don't think he's ever been that rich. He's a con man, or he could literally be just a straight up fucking con man, which he is. And like, that's a very con man thing to do. He's like, yeah, I got all these funds. Let's use them. Who cares?
A few days ago, there's now a fight. The former president is trying to stop his aides, Mark Meadows. There's also an effort to get former Vice President Mike Pence and potential 2024 contender Mike Pence to testify before the grand jury. And, another interesting thing, Republicans on Capitol Hill, I heard Chad earlier, Brett, talking a little bit about the fact that they had doubts about Alvin Bragg and what Alvin Bragg could do as far as dealing with a former president and a 2024 candidate. There have also been allegations that Alvin Bragg's office was in contact with the Department of Justice here in Washington, D.C. DOJ officials say this is vehemently false. They have nothing to do with that investigation, and it's out of their purview. Brett?
David Spont. David, thank you. Let's bring in Alina Habba, attorney for former President Trump. Alina, thank you for the time. Let me start with this. Can we definitively say that you've been informed officially of this indictment, and do you have the scope of the indictment from the prosecutors?
No, I do not have the scope from the prosecutors. I'm his civil attorney, obviously.
Bro, also, I have to also mention this, like, I don't know how qualified Alina Habba is as an attorney or whatever, but it's not lost upon me that, like, half of his fucking attorneys are sexy, okay? It's very strange that literally half of his fucking attorneys are just like hot babes, okay? I'm sure they're super qualified, but it is literally... No, I'm not. I'm serious. Have you never seen it? Trump's attorneys... No, I'm not talking about Michael Cohen and shit. The ones that go on television. The ones that go on television are literally either from a like Newsmax type fucking operation that they go on the Trump attorney team, or they literally leave the Trump attorney team and become a Fox News correspondent or some shit like that. It's always like that. It's very weird. No, I'm not talking about Rudy Giuliani. I'm not talking about Michael Cohen. I'm talking about the attorney teams, like, I guess, press-facing side. Trump's attorney teams either are like sexy babes, where you're like, what the fuck? What's happening here? Or Rudy Giuliani. And nothing in between.
Surprise. I don't think that would be how I would describe his state of mind. I think that he's disappointed in what has become a sad day for our country.
There was some thought when it was announced that the grand jury was going to
he's
pause
posting more.
for
Let's
a
go.
month, that perhaps they were going to punt and take some time. And there was reporting that there was some back and forth about whether to move forward with this indictment. Obviously, we are where we are today. Can I ask you about process and how that goes forward? Will there be a negotiation with the Alvin Bragg's office for the former president's surrender, for his transport?
I've been indicated. These thugs and radical left monsters have just indicated the 45th president of the United States of America and the leading Republican candidate by far for the 2024 nomination for president. This is an attack on our country, the likes of which has never been seen before. It is likewise a continuing attack on our once free and fair elections. The USA is now a third world nation, a nation in serious decline. So sad. You know this is him, and you know he was fried and angry when he posted this. God, he is so emotional right now, dude. He needs someone to save him. He needs someone to help him out.
Vindicated, and this will get dismissed, and Alvin Bragg will have to sit here with this, the repercussions of his decision today.
But I mean, there will be an appearance in some way, shape, or form in the New York City courthouse to do those process things, the fingerprinting and the photograph.
That is my understanding. Yeah.
Last thing, you're also facing, obviously, and you rightly point out, you're a civil attorney, but the possibility of other investigations bubbling up. The federal investigation in Georgia about alleging election interference, and that is in a grand jury. And also the special counsel's investigation into January 6th, and also the handling of classified documents. Are there different attorneys dealing with all of those? Is it one team? How are you breaking that down? And do you expect those to come forward in coming weeks?
There are different teams. Obviously, we have an incredible legal team, and I'm fortunate to work with them. There are different teams based on the states or whatever the issues are in investigations.
Trump will likely be arraigned early next week, his defense attorney says.
You highlighting right now, Brett, exactly how many of these grand juries are taking place against President Trump is the exact major problem of politicizing the Justice Departments throughout the country. And hopefully the rest of the country will realize just how corrupt these agencies have become and will become, aware and vote and see that our country is in dire need for reform and, frankly, fair trials and AGs and DAs, and we're lacking that at this moment.
Last thing, I mean, you do see each of these cases differently, though, do you not?
I do. I think that in some ways they're different in terms of what the context is, but quite honestly, Brett, I think they're all based in the same thing, which is selective prosecution by these Soros-backed, in many cases, DAs, who are trying to prove in their last effort to prove that they are a far left progressive before they're voted out of their offices. And I think that is really the theme here. We've got Jack Smith, as you mentioned, DA Alvin Bragg. We've got Letitia James, which I handle in New York. These are political figures fighting the leading political candidate. So in many regards, no, they're pretty much the same, and they're all based in nothing. And they're all people trying to find a reason to try and remove Donald Trump as the future president of this country again.
Alina Habba, Donald Trump attorney, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on.
True.
Thank you, Brett.
That's real, dude. That's what's
I
happening.
should point out the Georgia investigation is the local DA, Fannie Willis, running that. Let's bring in George Washington University Law School professor again, Jonathan Turley. Jonathan, you've been digesting some of this, and we've been careful to point out that
he's digesting all right
themselves of this indictment, but confirming the indictment and that they have been told that he has been indicted, the former president. The structure of this is quite something, and it is a big moment legally.
It is a big moment, and it's a chilling moment.
Thank you for the 5 gifted
is
subs.
That over months of investigation, we have not heard of other crimes. This is the crime that
Sean Hannity would never burp into the microphone.
Have been debating. It's the crime that's referenced in a book written by one of the
VS, thank you for the 5
who
gifted.
resigned, then published a book about prosecuting Trump. And the concern is that if this theory is actually the basis of the indictment, then this is a rather ignoble moment in history. Donald Trump may be the first former president to be indicted, but if this is the standard, he won't be the last. And it's going to obviously get very fierce in terms of the motions and the litigation ahead of us, and obviously the politics. You know, it's a curious thing, by the way, to lead with this case, because the chaos that is erupting is pretty much the element for Donald Trump. I mean, it's like trying to kill an orca by throwing him into the water. I mean, he's obviously doing well in the polls because Alvin Bragg just gave him a proof positive that the criminal justice system.
The polls haven't even come out since then. What the fuck? What?
We've seen the indictment. We still have to see it. But the history going to the indictment, Bragg ran on prosecuting Trump. So did the New York Attorney General. He had this very public, almost Hamlet-like process where he debated whether he could do this bootstrapping theory. He stopped it for a while and then was pressured to go forward with it. All of that smacks more of politics than prosecutorial discretion.
We're hearing that it's likely that the former president will be arraigned early next week. And we talked a little bit about that with his attorney about the process, which obviously will involve the Secret Service and the transport and the surreal moment of fingerprinting and photographing in a mugshot the former president of the United States. You talked about going first. You don't think that there's coordination here between Bragg and the others who are in the middle of all of this, do you?
No, there didn't have to be, because it was being done publicly. The political leaders were actually calling on Bragg not to go forward and to let Georgia possibly take the lead. I actually think Georgia's not that strong of a case, but that doesn't say much. Anything is stronger than this. If we're right about the theory behind the indictment, you couldn't have.
Okay, the Georgia's not that strong of a case statement is insane, okay? This guy teaches law at George Washington University. Wild. What do you mean? He just very openly said the crime that was recorded on the phone. What the fuck do you mean? The fact that he said the actual number of votes that he needed makes it even funnier. You know what I mean? It's just such a wild fucking thing to defend even.
That's probably the greatest threat that the former president faces. Now, the problem, obviously, with the Bragg indictment is you couldn't have picked a worse jury pool for the former president. And, you could, have a hard time finding many people that have no opinion about Donald Trump in Manhattan.
Dude, it'd be so much cooler if more people actually started going to jail or got indicted, more politicians. I actually don't understand why people are not advocates for this. They always say lock him up, lock her up about Hillary Clinton. I'm sitting in the sidelines going, yeah, that would be sick. More, please. I'm actually a fan. I'm actually a fan of this. Please, more indictments for politicians specifically. It's great. It's fire.
Of what they're talking about, and he expressed that frustration publicly this week, which politically adds another layer to that story. But you're saying the legal case on this front perhaps is the best going after the former president.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bragg did fulfill the narrative here. Unless there is some major felony out there that has not been referenced over months of investigation, he is about to give Donald Trump proof of what he has long claimed. The Mar-a-Lago case has become more complex because of the discovery of classified documents in multiple locations related to President Biden. President Biden's explanation of what happened in those documents is very hard to understand, that these documents were then divided and sent to different locations. That's going to make it a more difficult decision for Attorney General Garland when the special counsels come to him, or this particular counsel. But the Department of Justice has emphasized that they're focusing on obstruction, probably even more than possession of classified evidence in that case.
Last thing, Jonathan, how do you think this plays out, in sequence and in...
This has been a big day for the rule of law for white people. White women won a gigantic W today. Gwyneth Paltrow is found innocent in the ski trial incident. And unfortunately for white men, Donald Trump is, he was indicted. So...
to come in next.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh.
At the special counsel. The special counsel has a unique schedule problem. The Department of Justice takes the view that, I think the incorrect view, that you can't indict a sitting president, which means if they're going to indict Donald Trump, they better do it before he gets elected again. But that doesn't give them a lot of runway to take off this particular case. But then the election becomes a very odd debate because a president, in my view, can give himself a pardon. And so the election could come down to how people feel about a self-pardon. Donald Trump could run in part on saying, I'm going to pardon myself and go after the deep state.
That is pretty amazing that we're at this moment, and that is how it could play out. Jonathan Turley, we always appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Let's bring in New York Republican Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, thanks so much for your time. We were talking about the politics and the moment. Our latest Fox News poll has the former president up 30 points on his nearest contender, the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, who's obviously not in the race. It's very early, but it's a big lead in the GOP primary. Today, politics aside, as a congresswoman from New York, your thoughts on this indictment and the moves that are being made?
Well, first of all, this is a gross abuse of power. We've known that Alvin Bragg was planning on doing this. This is a guy who I think some of your prior guests mentioned that he would be downgrading in a statement and would not be prosecuting violent crimes. And so now he chooses to abuse power in this way. Had Lee Zeldin been elected, his first act was to fire Alvin Bragg because of his abuse of power. But this is not a surprise to any of us, especially on the Republican side, as we've seen the Democrats completely politicize just about every institution, the FBI, the IRS, the Department of Justice, Homeland Security. You just saw Matt Taibbi testify and have an IRS agent at his door, a really unusual circumstance. And I think a lot of this, and that's the first tier of it. The second tier I see is why this case, and you've seen Jonathan Turley and other experts talking about this being a weak case. Even Alan Dershowitz has made a statement, this is a weak case. But what this case is salacious. It's clickbait. It's something that you can get the attention of a mass number of people to mobilize to try to criticize the president in what I call, I mean, how many impeachments is this? The first impeachment, the second impeachment, the Mueller indictment attempt now, and then you had the January 6th. Now you've got this glorification and exploitation of President Trump's, very strong, well, obviously has 100% name ID. He's a celebrity, and this is great clickbait and great for the Democrats to attack someone that they can't stand. And they lust to see him get the mugshots, to see him go through humiliation they have. But as I agree with Jonathan Turley, this is his arena. Chaos, the limelight, the excitement. He does well in this environment. So I think it could be a mistake on the part of Alvin Bragg and the Democrats.
Yeah, and I want to prepare people. You know, Jonathan Turley talked about what's coming. You're going to see a lot of things legally, a motion to dismiss, prosecutorial misconduct possibilities, a change of venue. All of these things are going to happen legally after you get this arraignment, likely early next week. But politically, Congresswoman, do you believe in the bank shot that some Democrats have said that, sure, get him all the attention, get him all the focus, get him the GOP nomination, because we as Democrats, they say, are in a better position to win the presidency if we're running against Donald Trump?
You know, that's an interesting question. This could actually backfire on them because it may be something that could prevent President Trump from getting the nomination. And then but any of our candidates, I believe, on the Republican side are defeating Joe Biden if he ends up being their candidate. And so I don't see how this is a win-win in any case for the Democrats. And what could be really inglorious is in the event that this case gets dismissed on a procedural ground, such as the statute of limitations has been violated, meaning it's too late to bring a case like this, and the fact that the federal prosecutors have already rejected this case. And it's going to be a real hard climb. As they say, you can indict the ham sandwich, which is what they're trying to do here, mostly for political exploitation and, as I said, media excitement. But I don't know if this is really going to impact who ends up becoming the nominee. We'll see. We'll see what Iowa had. That's over like less than a year actually away. We'll see what that looks like.
It'll heat up very soon. Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, we appreciate your time on a breaking news night.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of breaking news, let's head to Chad Pergram, congressional correspondent, for some of that. Chad?
I've just talked to a couple of sources here on Capitol Hill about what this does to the House investigation of Alvin Bragg here. I am told that they expect the three committee chairs to take a little bit of a step back over the next couple of days until former President Trump is arraigned. Now, I'm told that they will continue with their investigation because they want to know all the circumstances about this, but they're going to take a little bit of a pause, tap the brakes here a little bit. There is still a deadline for tomorrow for Alvin Bragg to come up with some of the materials about his investigation and the scope of his inquiry. I'm told they do not expect him to comply, but one source said to me, Brett, the deadline is the deadline.
Chad Pergram live on the Hill with the breaking news.
I don't understand because, his lawyers already said to CNN, I don't know if they're wrong or not, but his lawyers already told CNN that they're going to fucking serve the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, and how that's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. No, but all jokes aside, fucking get wrecked. All jokes aside, Trump's attorneys went on CNN and said that they're gonna get they're gonna go in next week. What the fuck is this back and forth speculation? I don't get it. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Go to jail. You can't indict me. That was a perfect segue. Marjorie's tweeting now. Let's see. Impeach Biden. He's given us every reason, and the family banking records and more are giving us receipts. But now that the gloves are off, prosecute any and all crimes. Enough of this witch hunt bullshit. Wait, what? That's awesome. First of all, yes. Secondly, what do you mean prosecute any and all crimes? Yeah. This is so fucking stupid. She just said prosecute any and all crimes. Yeah, that would also cover Donald Trump for the record. But it'd be great if it covered Biden too. Fuck it.
We need to wait for the facts.
Look how strong he was.
We all want to run. We all want to fire beforehand. Republicans, Democrats alike, in that. And this is not a moment to do that. If some of the things that have been said, and I'll repeat myself, if some of the things that have been said happen to be true, that the contours of this indictment are as narrow as some of your other guests and even some on this panel right now are suggesting, I don't know how they know this, but if they do know this, they should just say they've seen the indictment, because I have not. I don't know of anyone other than Alvin Bragg and his team that have seen it. 3, I've heard a lot about politics. And if indeed Democrats were wanting to be so political about this, and I suspect that a lot of them are, but in terms of the legal process, I've speculated that based on what the press reports have been, the 3 other cases seem to be stronger. But if politics, and there was such coordination amongst Democrats around this in the politics, Why wouldn't Democrats have waited for a stronger case to present before this? So I just think politics is not a part of this as much as we're thinking.
Molly, I've got about 30 seconds for you to final thoughts.
When Hillary Clinton created the Russia collusion hoax by inventing that fake dossier, which never was prosecuted as a campaign crime, people said as the Russia collusion hoax unfolded that we have to wait for the facts. That awakened an entire country to how politicized the Department of Justice had become and how we actually don't have to wait for them to go for hours and months and years on their political prosecutions, as they've done at the federal level, the state level, and now the local level.
Panel, thank you so much. Rolling with the punches tonight on the Breaking News Night. We appreciate it. Thank you for inviting us into your home tonight. Continuing coverage here on Fox News Channel. That's it for this special report. There is other news today. We'll bring you more tomorrow. Fair, balanced, and unafraid. Jesse Watters Primetime starts right now. Jesse?
Thanks, Brett. Fox News alert. For the first time in American history, a former president's been indicted. This day will go down as a dark day for
now
America.
It's getting good. Now it's commentary time. You're going to see Jesse. You're going to see Laura Ingraham. You're going to see fucking our big bad boy, Sean Hannity. And last but not least, you're going to see Tucker Carlson fucking going absolute bananas mode. This is where it starts to get good. Because leading up until this moment, it's all like news broadcasting. And Fox News, even in moments where there's like breaking news, they oftentimes will do regular old news coverage, regular old news broadcasting. It's time for them to now take it to, what they're good at, which is propaganda.
That's in the media that your private life's your private life. Everything was consensual. Now, all of a sudden, consensual is a felony. And they're literally prosecuting the former president over sex which Donald Trump denies. He claims he was extorted. The left has been saying they want to get the government out of the bedroom. They just kicked down the bedroom door. This is a calculated move. Do you think Donald Trump would be indicted if he wasn't running? Trump's poll numbers were looking good. And now Democrats will have the most famous photo of all time in their arsenal, Trump's mugshot. It'll be plastered on billboards, T-shirts, campaign ads, everywhere you look for the next 2 years. Mugshot will be front page, every newspaper, lead story, every network, every cable show. Democrats are branding Trump as a criminal, along with the 74 million people who voted for him. They think the mugshot will scare you. They're wrong. This will light a fire inside every rational thinking American.
Yeah, totally.
The biggest political threat to the current president, his opponent, has been indicted by a Democrat. President Trump released a statement saying this, quote, "From the time I came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower, and even before I was sworn in as your president of the United States, the radical left Democrats, the enemy of the hardworking men and women of this country, have been engaged in a witch hunt to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. The Democrats have lied, cheated, and stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump. But now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who is handpicked and funded by George Soros, is a disgrace. Rather than stopping the unprecedented crime wave taking over New York City, he's doing Joe Biden's dirty work, ignoring the murders and burglaries and assaults he should be focused on. This is how Bragg spends his time. Let's turn it over to Dan Bongino, host of Unfiltered on Saturday nights. Dan, you're looking a little emotional. I feel the same way.
Bro, that's so awesome. They're like, why would they ever be actually emotional? Like, I don't get it.
Right now, living in this police state. I mean, we're in a police state. I'm not even arguing
Bro,
this
you're
with
literally a fucking cop. What do you mean? Isn't he like a dick rider for the police state? What the fuck?
Their only job is to watch our shows, which is kind of humiliating, but that's for another day. It's not open for debate that we live in a police state. And, I was listening to your monologue, Jesse, and the first thing I was thinking is I remember when I was doing an advance in the Secret Service in a foreign country that had troubles with the democratic process. I'll leave out what country it is, but I assure you, unlike a Joe Biden story, this actually happened. And we were sitting around this big table, and the military folks and the staffers for this foreign country wouldn't talk to the staff. They would only talk to us in the Secret Service, which is a problem because we don't make the schedule, the staff does. So I brought the military guy over, and I said, listen, why won't you address the staff? They're involved in this, too. They said, he who has the guns has the power. You guys have the guns. We'll talk to you. It's ironic because that was under the Obama administration. And little did I know that that was going to be where we are now. If you've got the guns, you got the power. I mean, show up at a school board meeting to complain about your kid being taught to be a racist. You find yourself with an FBI specially designated code delineated by the Department of Justice after they got a letter demanding you be investigated as a terrorist. But again, you're the president of the United States' kid. Your business partner goes on a national cable channel, Fox News, and goes, hey, the guy sitting in the White House right now is the chairman of an internationally corrupt influence peddling organization. And what do? You get invited to the White House and you sell a piece of blowhole art for $500,000 to someone we have no idea who it is. And I heard a liberal on this network before, too, as well say, which I thought was the most telling statement, and she may have been sitting right next to you. It was really incredible, and she's not here to defend herself.
Look at these hogs.
But it's funny when they say the quiet part out loud. She said, this is going to be really powerful. It makes me feel powerful because it's going to be like this asterisk on Donald Trump forever. And I thought, man, did you just sum up liberalism? There you go right there. You need that power, don't you? You needed this so bad. You need him in handcuffs so bad. Now, let me just say one more thing.
Sure.
Sorry, I don't mean to hijack your show, but listen, you may have just handed Donald Trump the indictment. With the indictment along with probably the greatest Freudian slip ever. You handed him an indictment while handing him the nomination. At the same time, you may have just, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to get out ahead of my skis. There's a lot of time here. But I can tell you everything he has said to people about they're not coming for you, they're coming for me because I'm in the way. Now you look at this tonight and you're like, yeah, that kind of sounds right to me. You're going to break 200 years of U.S. precedent about indicting your political opponents over a business records charge that happened 7 years ago with a woman named Stormy Daniels? That's what you got. That's what you're going to do. You're going to roll with that.
Yeah, they're going to do that.
It's funny because they keep talking about this thing with the objectively correct statements that is still a crime, while also simultaneously owning Donald Trump for paying to have sex with, well, not paying, but wanting to have sex with someone who he now calls horseface. So it's doubly owning him. But because they're saying it with this weird accent, or saying it with a tone that indicates sarcasm, that you're supposed to go and be like, yeah, they're really spitting right now. You mean to tell me that just because he grabbed the gun and went into a bank and pointed the gun at the bank teller and then said, put the money in this bag that I have right now, that's all of a sudden illegal, especially after he walked out of the bank with a bag full of cash, and then some of the bags full of cash actually featured one of those dyes that explode when you walk out of the bank, and then it blew up in his face, and his face was purple, and then he got in the fucking car anyway. He called the Uber and got to the Uber and said, drive really fast. It's a fucking robbery. You mean to tell me that is illegal? You mean to tell me that when the Uber pulled over, when the cops came and arrested him, that he's supposed to go to jail? Yeah! Yeah! You just described the crime. It's a fucking police state. Man.
On it. Yet liberals always have the opportunity to do the right thing. And it's amazing how they never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
Well, if they had the votes, why are they doing this, Dan? I mean, you had Joe Biden had more votes than any other president in American history. He has the votes.
81 million
Why is he
votes.
locking up his opponent if he's gonna get reelected? We have actually now a statement from the DeSantis
There's
team.
no way they're posting like
this. It says
this.
The weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan district attorney has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and to excuse criminal misconduct. Yet, now he's stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with this Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. So they're not allowing the former president to zoom in for this arraignment. They're demanding, we believe, he go to Manhattan and get booked and fingerprinted and get the mugshot. Is the extradition situation in play, as DeSantis suggests?
I doubt it. The governor did the right thing there. That was a smart and ethically the right thing to do, because this is clearly a police state maneuver by Alvin Bragg. No, and I'll tell you why. Imagine you're in vacation on the Bahamas on the weekend, right, or whatever you're doing, and the FBI calls you and says, hey, we're going to indict you on Monday on some kind of whatever charge, felonious mopery. And you say, well, all right, I'll be back on Tuesday. They're not going to seek extradition unless there's a complication about you turning up in court. So, I doubt that's going to happen. But think about how pathetic this case really was. You have 23 grand jurors, right? You only need 12, so you need about half, right? You don't even need beyond a reasonable doubt evidence that the subject you're talking about is guilty. You need just probable cause that a crime was committed. And it took them months to get that. And you're suggesting to me that...
Wait, you mean to tell me that, like, the DA on this took it super seriously and took a super long time to, like, indict a former president, a historic indictment? That's crazy. Wow. I mean, that alone indicates that, everybody knows if an investigation takes too long, that means no crime, That's how that works. Like, if the case takes too long, then you can't put anybody in jail, really.
Ray gave a press conference right there about how the police state is being used to destroy the constitutional republic so many fought so bravely to hand down to this generation.
That will be one of the greatest political speeches.
If Trump does the race, okay, that would be incredible. Okay? If he just fucking if he just ran away from the... Oh my God. I mean, it would never happen, but fuck, man. It'd be so sick.
Don't you think he should show his face after handing down an indictment to a former president over a BS charge like this?
Well, he's clearly a political coward. He's a George Soros.
He's not beating the case. He's doing the
prosecutor. And the Democrats have really crossed the Rubicon here. I don't know how you come back from this as a country when you are coming up with these...
You asked what the right's obsession with George Soros is, and that is the right basically saying that, billionaires are bad, but like the Jewish one, that's a liberal. That's it. Like, they also, like, everybody kind of understands that, like, billionaires are bad, right? But Soros is Jewish. And so is Sheldon Adelson, rest in piss, right? But they don't really talk about Sheldon because Sheldon is on the right side of history. Well, he's under the ground now. He's fucking super dead. Again, rest in piss. But, like, just a monster. Absolute monster. But that's besides the point. So they don't say that because, like, he's a conservative donor, right? He was. I keep saying he is. He's super dead. Don't trust anything Ray Banrett says. What the fuck is... What? Why are you guys having conversations amongst yourselves in the chat while adding...
Where do we go from here?
I mean, that's the problem. We're crossing the Rubicon here. We have a president of the United States, Joe Biden, who is clearly compromised. He is compromised. We have the bank records, subpoenaed bank records, where Joe Biden, his family has taken $1 million from the CCP, and they're not going to do anything about this. A president who's compromised by China and Ukraine, but they're going to go after a former president and potentially a future president because he settled a nuisance claim with Stormy Daniels back in 2016. Somehow this is a federal felony under our campaign finance laws. This is... Who's Alvin Bragg going to bring into this trial? They're going to bring in a disbarred felon of an attorney and a former stripper as their star witnesses here. This is banana republic level stuff. And maybe that's what today's Democrats want, these leftists want. They're trying to destroy our country, and they are well on their way.
So it's not going to stick in Manhattan. I don't think it's sticking.
Oh, no.
Actually, we see Bragg. He's the big one. Just got into the SUV there. No statement, nothing. He'll probably go home and eat.
Wait, what? So yeah, that's like, yeah, pretty normal. Yeah, you know. He's going to go home and eat food, probably fuck his wife, you know. I guess he was saying, he meant like he's fat. He's making fat jokes. Oh, I didn't even understand. I forget that they have like, I always expect Fox News, because they're wearing suits, to be a little bit more adult than someone like myself. Like, I'm a dumbass, right? But like, when you're making fat jokes about Alvin Bragg, do you not realize that like Trump is also almost exactly the same level of fat? Like, what do you mean? You're like, oh, Alvin Bragg, the fatty, the only fat guy involved in this case. Make no mistake. Like, you know what I mean? I'm wearing a suit because of the unique day chat.
We have a Garland-appointed special counsel, Jack Smith, going after President Trump for the non-crime of having his presidential records in the office of former president in Mar-a-Lago, which is allowed by the Presidential Records Act. You have that Fulton County DA, Fannie Willis, going after Trump for objecting to a presidential election, which you're allowed to do under the Electoral Count Act of 1887. Democrats did it in 1969, 2001, 2005, 2017, but now they're going to get Trump about this, and now they're going after him for settling a nuisance claim from 2016. This is part of a pattern by the Democrats. They are afraid they can't beat him in the polls, so they're going to indict him.
All right,
Trump
Mike,
is
virile
fat, not soy fat.
Yeah. On the 5, Judge Jeanine Pirro. Judge, your thoughts on today's development?
I have to tell you, Jesse, when I heard this,
shit. It's just about to get unhinged. Judge Jeanine.
For me, this is a sad day for America. It is a sad day for the office of the presidency of the United States, and it is a sad day for a former president. For 7 years, they hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him. And their derangement even earned them a psychological disorder, the Trump derangement syndrome. He was impeached over a fake Russia collusion delusion. He was impeached over a phone call. Now we've got 4 grand juries impaneled. This is hate like I have never seen in my lifetime. And America has turned the corner. We've got Democrats who will do and say whatever they need to. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about the rights of ordinary Americans. And what I'm talking about is an attorney general who calls parents who are concerned that their children may have been raped, domestic terrorists. We've got an IRS that literally shows up at the door of a witness who's about to testify about the weaponization of the federal government, the FBI agency. We've got from the Obama days the Lois Lerner and the IRS targeting 501c3s of conservative groups. And now we've got a Soros-funded prosecutor who laughs at the idea of putting criminals in jail, ignores the fact that victims are being beaten, stabbed, and murdered in New York City and thrown in front of trains, and wants to spend his time going after a president of the United States for a case that is not sufficient legally. And the amazing part of this thing is that this DA promised before he was
thrown in front of
that he would go
trains?
after Donald Trump. These are unethical people. These are people who are not standing by the Constitution of the United States.
The strongest warriors of the Republican Party on the media side, with the exception of like Tucker Carlson, unironically are just like people that you would see screaming outside of a subway station. Like, they are so unimaginably insane.
Want to bring him down. They want to bring him down, Jesse. You know, Fox News poll has Donald Trump 40 points or 30 points ahead of the second person that's in line for the presidency that they were polling him with. This is as political as it gets. And go ahead, Jesse.
The timing reeks. You're kind of on the precipice of a little mini recession. The market's a little shaky right now, tons of layoffs. Big spring offensive about to happen in Ukraine. Russia does look like they have momentum there. The Chinese are aligning with our former allies in the Middle East. A lot of people are moving to the yuan. Last week, you had bank records coming out that said that the president lied and his family did get paid millions by Chinese communist spies. All of this is happening. A couple days ago, you had a trans mass shooter. And then all of a sudden, after we heard that the grand jury is going to...
This is my favorite kind of media analysis, especially funny when someone in media is doing it, which is, this is a distraction. I'm like, bro, one, you're in the fucking media, okay? What do you mean this is a distraction? You are literally the media, okay? And two, the fuck do you guys mean? And people in this community do it too. They're like, oh, this is a distraction from the Ohio train derailment. Remember when people in this chat would say it? And I was like, no, guys, it's because train derailments happen thousands of times a fucking year. And that's why nobody gives a shit about it, because it's like considered a normal part.
What I do know is that Americans don't think this country is on the right track. Americans are fearful about the economy, and we're in a hell of a mess right now.
John Miller tells Aaron Burnett that his sources say Trump charges with 34 counts related to falsifying business records. Wait, what?
Candidate for president reached a third world country tactic, and this is wrong. They have been.
You are just angry by default? Are you just angry by default? Not really. I mean, this is a funny day. I'm not angry at all today. Wait, hold on. Maybe we should be looking at like CNN and shit, because I was just looking at the funny content angle by just covering what Fox News is saying about it, but they have been remarkably silent. They have been remarkably silent on like all the factual stuff about this case thus far, and just fucking crying. Trump team talking points leaked. What? We don't know. I don't know if this is real. This is real or not. It's, just some fucking shit on Twitter. Come on. Anyway, what I was saying is, like, every time there's something new coming out of like CNN, it's like Trump's defense attorney called in and said that Trump will go in next week. John Miller tells Aaron Burnett that his sources say Trump charges are 34 counts related to falsifying business records. Meanwhile, on the Fox News side, they're just like not talking about anything. They're just like, it's a witch hunt. It's a hoax. They want to take down Trump. There's no evidence. There's no facts on the matter whatsoever. Change title? Why? I mean, it's true though. CNN is excited. I mean, yeah, CNN is too excited, which is why I didn't want to show what the fuck they were talking about, because, like, it's boring. Oh, Trump indicated. Yeah. No, I don't want to do that because, I need to effectively communicate.
These documents and the specifics, I think, there will be a lot of people weighing in. Is there probable cause that a crime was committed? But more importantly, the prosecutorial discretion. And would another person be indicted under the same criteria? It's going to be really analyzed. But as far as an historic moment, yeah, it's a big deal. And this former president is facing other grand juries, facing
because they've been indicted, which we should remind our viewers as well. Congressional Republicans have already vowed to investigate the Manhattan grand jury's investigation and the district attorney. How do you expect that part of the response to go in response now to the news that an indictment exists?
I expect them to make this a more primary focus and to amplify those criticisms. If for no other reason, it amplifies the criticisms of Donald Trump. These committees do have subpoena power because they are the majority. The Republicans are in the U.S. House, and these committees argue they do have proper oversight. But some of this, if not all of this, is political theatrics. The Manhattan District Attorney was fierce in his criticism of these requests from House committees, and he appears under no desire to come down here in Washington and testify about his work.
Scott, let's switch. We're obviously staying on this topic, but you've covered so closely the attack of January 6th. the aftermath and the changes that have taken place on Capitol Hill.
Someone in the chat said, didn't realize Fox News was screaming the whole time until this. Yeah. No, that's like their entire content is yelling, brother. Yeah.
As we hear news of this indictment.
It's a good question, John, because there has been unequivocal concern that this latest chapter in Donald Trump's possible candidacy for 2024 requires an enhanced security posture at the Capitol.
It's going to be Tuesday. Well, the day's not been firmed up. Source day Tuesday is the day being discussed.
For a 14% budget increase to nearly $840 million a year starting in 2024. And the top Democrat on the committee with oversight here, John, says Donald Trump, the candidate, may necessitate a budget increase because, the Democrats argue, he produces this toxicity in the political dialogue, which can contribute to threats and security risks. This only serves to underscore that point, as Donald Trump calls for people to protest in the streets and calls this effort to prosecute him a dangerous one. It adds this dangerous element to a political rhetoric, which is already pretty sharp and pretty polarized here.
Scott, let me stick on that point, the polarized rhetoric. All of us have a responsibility in the wake of this moment to choose our words carefully. You've studied a lot of words and you spent a lot of time listening to members on the Hill. What is your assessment of the level of the rhetoric? In other words, there is a way to respond that lets the facts come out, and then there's a way to respond that is more incendiary. How do you assess the response from the president's party, the former president's party, on that continuum?
Their defense is so full-throated, and I can say from having been here about a quarter century covering the Congress, I haven't seen or heard a political dialogue this vitriolic and passionate as I've heard since January 6th.
Oh, God, these guys are unbearable to watch, bro. This is why we watch Fox News, man, because they know what content is.
The Republican Party remains firmly in the hold of Donald Trump.
I'm sorry, but it's like, it's so boring. They're like, oh, God, I've never seen people get so flustered. I apologize for using the F word on the broadcast, but unfortunately, the situation calls for it. Flustered. That's right. Incredible.
When we'll hear from the president about this today. We didn't hear him talk in person about the journalist who was kidnapped today, even though we know he was briefed. We did not hear him give a public statement about the helicopter crash in Kentucky, even though we know.
You listen to NPR? Yeah, I listen to NPR when I want to learn about the news, okay? I'm trying to be entertained. This is a moment that calls for entertainment. I know the details of the situation. We've talked about it endlessly. I want to know more about the fun stuff. I want to know more about what the Republican base is fucking reacting to this, how they're reacting to it, what the fuck they're saying, how unhinged they're going to get. I want to see Jesse Waters cry real tears, okay? That's what I want.
Indicting your political opponent and has nothing to say for several days, we expect. Thank you very much, Peter Doocy. Let's turn it over now to Senator Josh Hawley. Senator, your reaction as a sitting U.S. Senator.
Oh, here we go.
Among your colleagues.
Well, I think what this is about is nothing to do with the rule of law, Jesse. Obviously, this is about power. It is a demonstration of raw power. I think the Democrats know this has nothing to do with the law. They're sending a message, and the message is they will use any power that they have to interfere in the next presidential election. They will not willingly allow Donald Trump to run for president. They will not willingly lose the next election. They're going to use every means at their disposal. And Jesse, these are the same people who have sent SWAT teams to pro-life activists, who use the FBI against parents at school board meetings. They will do anything, use any kind of power to try and hold on to their own privileges, their own positions, and we're seeing that tonight. This is just unprecedented in American history, and the only way out now is to win.
So this is like a fastball to the head of the batter.
Exactly. It's exactly. And the batter is the American people. The batters are those who are independents and conservatives who want to have their own views, who want to make their own decisions. And what the Democrats are saying is, we will use power against you. You want to elect Donald Trump? You want to have a choice? No, we will use power against you. You want to speak up at a school board meeting? We will use power against you. You want to protest peacefully at an abortion clinic? No, we will use power against you. It's the same message. They're just ramping it up. And Jesse, this is burning down the rule of law. And I tell you, they will regret doing this because I think the American people won't stand for it. And we've got to make sure that they do not succeed in what they're trying to do here.
Well, you as a senator have to take a stand, and your colleagues have to take a stand. The American people don't want to see a bunch of speeches about how troublesome this is and how historically significant this is. No. There has to be something else that you guys do. I don't know what that is. It's got to be some sort of show, some sort of resistance, some sort of action, because there has to be a line that they can't cross. And you have to show them somehow that this is just an unacceptable act. And you're a leader in this country, and the American voters expect that. Are you guys ready to show something?
I think that this is, you talk about the line that you can't cross. In my view, Jesse, they crossed it months ago when they weaponized the FBI against parents, when they weaponized the FBI against everyday Americans who want to exercise their right to free speech. And now they're just accelerating it. They're just pouring it on. So, yes, it is time that we said no further. We've got to call Merrick Garland from the Justice Department down to the Capitol. We've got to call him onto the carpet, put him under oath, find out what they're doing. Has DOJ cooperated in this? Are they aiding this prosecution? We've got to go after these Soros prosecutors who've been put into office all across the country and expose the dark money network that has gotten them into power. This is, you are right, Jesse. This is, the Democrats have crossed the Rubicon here, and they burned the bridge behind them.
They have.
And now we've got to defend democracy.
They have, and I'm sure there is.
These guys love the police state when it's coming after whoever they perceive as enemies, no matter how strong or no matter how weak, no matter how marginalized. So the one instance where like there is even a crumb of prosecution directed in their way, like in January 6th, or now, this is like almost a continuation of that same kind of attitude. They lose their fucking minds. They're like, what do you mean? This is not for me. This is for you. This is for like poor people. This is for black people. This is for brown people. Like, what the fuck do you mean we're going to get prosecuted for this shit? Like the very same state that literally will put you in jail without a court date for years and years, put you in Rikers Island in conditions that are literally worse than like developing nation prisons, okay? Without a trial, mind you, okay? Innocent until proven guilty. That very same state turns around and indicts Donald Trump for apparently 34 different fucking counts. And you watch these guys lose their fucking shit. The very same people that are like, no, actually, Khalif Browder should have been in jail for even longer. That kind of attitude comes from these people all the time. Maybe not directly towards Khalif Browder, but those exactly like him. That kind of oppression is not only justified, but defended every single fucking day on this broadcast. And then the one moment that like someone who is rich, powerful, white, Republican, openly conservative, defends the structures, the power structures that they advocate for, defends their fucking bottom line, defends their corporate overlords' bottom lines, all of a sudden they're like, we got to fucking abolish prisons. What the fuck is this shit?
You believe that? He indicted a former president and then left for dinner and didn't say a word. Not only did they leak indictments, they leaked the lie that he was...
the irony, of course, if he said something, they would like, look at him trying to fucking take advantage of the fact that he's in the spotlight.
About veterans. Are you ready? You represent him in the case down in Florida with the documents. Are you ready for how vicious these people are? These people are vicious. Do you have what it takes?
Well, I sure hope so. And I think there's a lot of people pulling for us beyond friends and family. I think it's a very important calling, whether you love President Trump or not. I mean, this is the rule of law that is literally being attacked every day. And I will tell you from the Florida perspective and also the January 6th perspective, we are seeing prosecutorial overreach left and right. And my hope is, Jesse, there's a phrase that lawyers use sometimes, the truth will out, meaning no matter how hard people try to suppress things, the truth eventually gets out. If the truth gets out about the decision-making process of people like Soros Jr. in New York and DOJ and the Attorney General when it comes to their tactics, their behavior, their heavy-handedness, their criminalization of civil disputes, if that all sees daylight someday, then I have faith we might be able to patch back a first-world criminal justice system instead of the third-world one we're descending into.
Well, I would hope so, but the truth came out about the lab leaks, so what? Nothing's being done to Fauci about it. Truth came out about the censorship before the election. They're still not doing anything with Hunter. I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in the legal system anymore. I honestly don't. I think the legal system's been warped, and I don't think people trust it anymore. Lots more people than you think. Thank you very much, Trusty. We appreciate it. Let's now bring in Paul Morrow, former NYPD inspector and attorney. So this is just the indictment. Yeah. They're expecting action here in Manhattan next week. What would that look like?
So my understanding is that they're likely to produce him sometime early next week. And my understanding also is that the Secret Service is not going to leave his side throughout the entire booking process. Obviously, the rules here are going to be different than they normally would be. They're going to bring him in, and you talked about it earlier. He's going to be fingerprinted, and he's going to get that mug shot, which I think is really the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow here for the prosecution.
Yes, it is.
And then he'll likely.
Dude, the funniest part about it is that everyone's excited for that. Like, Republicans are excited for that because every Trump supporter also runs like a fucking Redbubble style drop shipping shop where they will definitely put that mugshot on a T-shirt and try to sell it. Every liberal is excited because they're going to bust the fucking fattest cum tributes you've ever seen, the photos of Donald Trump's mugshots. Like, it's a win-win. Like, everybody gets to celebrate this moment. You know what I mean?
Conference, I assume. He'll be out in front of the Manhattan DA's office, in front of the building here on Center Street. And, he'll talk to the cameras. When I'm saying procedurally, I mean the litigation, so to speak, the prosecution, the back and forth with the defense. There's all kinds of things that are going to go on here. Motion to dismiss, change venue. Trump's lawyers, actually, especially after the stuff with Costello, could challenge the indictment itself. And that gives you a whole nother side of legal.
The chatter who said gooning for Trump, I can say whatever I want, but I mean, it won't stop you from going to hell, okay?
It's at the appellate level. My hope is that if the indictment is what we think it is, now that's a point we have to adhere to. We don't know what's in it. And we're not going to get that indictment, by the way, until one of two things happens.
If you don't know what it is, don't look it up.
The perp has to be in custody and you can release the indictment, or the judge has to okay it. So until one of those two things happens, Bragg would have to make a motion to release it. Then maybe we'll see it. Otherwise, we're not going to get it the earliest until next week.
So we expect to see another woman in the indictment, McDougal, who's a Playboy personality. So there's the Stormy payment, and then there's a possible other payment. There she is right there. And they're linking these two together. Now, as a lawyer, explain to me how this is criminal. If someone comes to you and says, I'm going to lie or say something about you if you don't pay me, you get your lawyer to pay her. Where's the crime?
Yeah, so you go right to it. And that's really why this thing is such a morass. Because, again, if the indictment is what we've been told, and he's bootstrapping his way into the federal charge so that he can get the felony and then get around the statute of limitations, which even then he doesn't really make it, all right, even with the felony. But if he manages to do that, then you have the problem that the charge here, going back to the Edwards case, it's not going to hold up. So
all right, so this is a BS deal. Unless it's going to get thrown, right.
Yeah, that's why they have to speculate unless there's something else. It's just like, no, but like, don't say that because that ruins the narrative.
Between the Secret Service and NYPD. There's going to be a lot of dudes out there.
Right.
We got Secret Service protecting the former president. You got NYPD strapped up right there at the DA's office. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of juice in that building. Yeah. What's that going to feel like?
So, look, it's going to be very sort of militarized because you're going to have a lot of people there. You're going to have, now look, there have been some threats as were reported against Alvin Bragg. My understanding is that, that's died down a lot and that likely now it'll spike. NYPD will be handling almost all of those threats. That's just the way it works on the ground here in New York City. The service is going to be handling the Donald Trump side of this. And so, yeah, they're going to be expecting protests. There's going to be a lot of folks out there doing prophylactic work. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's going on that's a deterrent that you don't see.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of intel work. There's going to be people all over the internet. They're going to be looking at various people that are already known to them. It's the kind of stuff I used to do all day, every day. They're going to be doing a lot that they can to move the goalposts, or the line of defense, rather, out further, so that they don't have to take action right there, so to speak, at the DA's office.
Is Alvin Bragg respected by law enforcement here in New York?
One other component that we have to talk about here, for the record, is Ron DeSantis' sentiment expressing that, where is it? Ron DeSantis came out of the gate saying the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It's un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan District Attorney has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and excuse criminal misconduct, yet now he's stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request. So this right here is like the Civil War, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, there's no... This is why I talked about like abortion and interstate commerce violations with respect to how, like, abortion being criminalized in certain states brings up a complicated but very important piece of American history, and that is, you can't really extradite someone from California for getting an abortion, right? Like, especially if California says we're not doing that. Okay? Other states have actually, started taking active measures towards it. And that is at the basis of, like, Civil War, right? That's how Civil War gets started. Now, do I think it's going to happen? No. Do I think it's going to happen over Ron DeSantis, who we know definitely wants to run against Donald Trump, protecting Donald Trump, shielding Donald Trump from extradition requests from New York? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Now, what's really funny about this is that the likelihood that the Trump team bullied Ron DeSantis into posting something like this, and then immediately afterwards said that they were going to go out and peacefully release Donald Trump to the authorities, is pretty funny, because he is so omega cucked. Ron DeSantis is incredibly cucked that he, like, postured like this, and then the Trump team immediately after he posted this came out and said, yeah, no, actually, as a matter of fact, we're going to be peacefully going into the authorities. We're going to release Donald Trump to the authorities peacefully next week. So just remember, Ron DeSantis is out here just trying to do his very best. Okay, poor guy. You know, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Rhonda, little Rhonda. Still waiting.
Put something here, you whisper something here. It's been going on forever. Now, all of a sudden, they're just throwing cuffs on you. Come on, that doesn't really tell me the Democrats feel confident about the next election.
No, look, they don't feel confident at all. They're trying to hand select Trump. And this is where you can call them on this, Jesse. They claim that they are terrified of Donald Trump. If they were truly terrified of him, why are they trying to help put him in the ring against Joe Biden? And also, you have to be careful here. Democrats told us...
This is my favorite line. It's like, oh, yeah.
Looking to see
they're actually doing this to help us. That's going to be really helpful for us. Like, it's going to be really helpful for us, I promise.
Looking to see if it's in connection with the second
I
part,
love when Republican pundits...
falsification.
I love when Republican pundits talk about what's best for the Democratic Party. Like, yeah, man, totally. Thanks. Thanks for your input. Thanks for your feedback. I'm sure you have the best interest of the Democratic Party in mind, as you're on the fucking Fox News broadcasting network, dude. Come on.
Looking to see if it's in connection with the second part, which is essentially the misdemeanors of falsification. The second part would be in connection with a different crime, notably trying to elevate it to the felony level if it's a campaign finance related crime. I'm looking for that second part. But I also want to point out, for many people who are watching, they're first wondering, Aaron, now which case, which investigation is this again? We're we're almost color coding at this point between Jack Smith and Fox.
God damn it.
Second part, which is essentially the misdemeanor is the falsification. The second part would be in connection with a different crime, notably trying to elevate it to the felony level if it's a campaign finance related crime. I'm looking for that second part. But I also want to point out for many people who are watching, they're first wondering, Aaron, now which case, which investigation is this again? We're almost color coding at this point between Jack Smith and Fox.
Okay. Oh, the CNN one keeps breaking, apparently. Breaking.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah.
Relative to what Stephanie
Axel
said,
Dick.
Donald Trump only has.
Give us the raw, David.
Shift, right? He only has a D, and deny an attack has been.
David Axelrod is so cucked that Obama literally uninvited him from his birthday so he can make room for like Jay-Z or some shit.
No man. No.
Never forget. Oh, what the fuck? All of these, they're all breaking. They're all breaking.
That Donald Trump only has, he doesn't have any R on his gear shift, right? He only has a D. And deny an attack has been what he's done all his life. I can't imagine that he won't do that here. But in terms of the DA, look, I think he'll make the case that no person is above.
Pandemic, the governor of New York actually told the statute of limitations for criminal crimes for any prosecution for over a year. And so that period of time will be told for all felonies, including this one. And I think the third potential legal argument that they're going to rely on for tolling is the Office of Legal Counsel in the Department of Justice, although it's a separate federal entity. There is a policy about not indicting a sitting president. So one could argue that at the time that he was president, you could not indict him.
Karen makes it sound like it's this one pretty much, at least from the way she lays it out so clearly. Yes, you're going to have to make the argument, but the argument seems pretty clear on the side of you're within the statute.
That's right. He's not the first person that would complain about the statute of limitations under these circumstances.
Right.
It's been litigated. So the governor's order on COVID extending the statute of limitations, that one's already been litigated in New York courts. The presidential immunity is a special one that hasn't been, but if they needed to turn to that, then that one would be a novel question. But I just wanted to say one thing about Chris Kice's focus on Alvin Bragg and this painting him as a political animal.
Yep.
2 data points. One, his predecessor, Cy Vance, as the district attorney on his way out the door, said that he supported an indictment of Trump for these financial charges, but he left it to Bragg to decide. So,
Professional courtesy, you're saying?
Absolutely, but also a person with not future political ambitions, and he supported an indictment based on the evidence that they handed it to Bragg. Then 2 senior prosecutors in Bragg's office said, bring it now or we're going to go public against you. And he said it's not ready. He did the opposite of a political thing. He said the evidence is not there yet.
And also, Laura, to make the point here, if from John Miller's reporting, right, if this is 34 charges for falsification of business documents, John was very careful to say that's this indictment, right? This grand jury is not disbanded, right? I mean, we don't know what else is coming. There's a lot still that we don't know as to whether this is the beginning, the middle, or the end for Alvin Bragg charges against Donald Trump.
Absolutely. They sit for a 6-month period. We don't know all the cases they're actually looking at or whether there is a larger scope in all this. But I do want to point out Governor Ron DeSantis' extradition statement about how he's not going to support his role as a governor of a different state in a country where the Constitution requires interstate extradition to have the role of a governor be very ministerial. He will have to essentially have the sign off from Governor Kathy Hochul. He can slow roll it. He could try to use a committee or delegate responsibility about signing off on it and figuring out whether or not all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. But the only other avenue that Trump would have if the slow rolling does not actually occur is to appeal to a judge to say this indictment is not lawful and try convincing a judge that a grand jury and what they have decided is somehow not to be credited. So his statement, although lengthy, doesn't have a whole lot of meat on the bone.
All right. Thank you very much. And all of you, please stay with us. Our breaking news coverage will continue. We're just going to take a short break.
Sunday nights, we're trying something a little different.
Damn.
One whole story.
Fox, here's how you know Fox News is a real one. They're not running ads in between this.
A number of communities.
I was wrong. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. Everyone's running ads now.
Last Friday.
podcast streaming on
Oh my
CBS.
God. Okay. There's a commercial break on every motherfucking website, dude. That's crazy. Anyway, not here though, obviously. Donald Trump Jr. has been crying the entire day. We're obviously going to be covering that finally. Okay. Got to get you up to date, up to speed on that. Donald Trump Jr. says, this isn't just the radical left weaponizing the government to target their political enemies. This is them weaponizing the government to interfere in the 2024 election to stop Trump. The only solution is to shove it down their throats and put him back in the White House. Donald Trump was infinitely stronger and had a stronger base of support when he was the president than where he's at right now. Okay? And even then, he lost to a fucking carcass. Okay? Obviously, it was close to the COVID stuff, so that was probably part of it. But it's still crazy to me that, like, if he lost to a fucking carcass when he was at his strongest, when he lost to a dead person, okay, good luck. Like, what do you mean? I don't think the liberals need to do this, pull this off to really stave off the Trump fears that they have. And also, another funny part about this is that they keep saying both things at the same time. Liberals are really afraid of Donald Trump, and that's why they're doing this to, like, indict him, even though he's the least arrested man of all time. He is the most innocent man of all time. Okay? He's done the least amount of illegal shit. But then they also keep saying, well, guess what? You did this thing to Donald Trump. You did this thing to Donald Trump, and you arrested him. Well, guess what, liberals? This is only going to work in his favor. Yeah, that's right. He's totally going to get away scot-free, but also it's going to be super good for him. If it's going to be super good for him, why are you crying about, like, the rule of law being eviscerated?
Welcome back. Our coverage of President Trump's indictment continues. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingalls outside Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's office right now. Laura.
Was that a Viagra commercial that we just passed?
Well, we've got an entire city block full of news crews, a very high level of NYPD presence here. And if you take a look at our other camera, our bump shot showing you the front of this courthouse, we can tell you that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin and election interference at the highest level in history. The 23 grand jurors have been listening to evidence since
dying.
That he would be arrested. There was a rally at 3 p.m. and you had about 60 people that showed up at that time. So
yeah, this is sad.
We'll see what the crowd looks like later on tonight, but there's always that concern of the former president, Mr. Trump, fanning the flames on social media and what that could lead to. Of course, we saw what happened on January 6th, and everyone's just sort of holding their breath here.
It's
just,
sad, bro.
Sad. See what will happen in the next few hours.
All right, Christian Benavides in Palm Beach, Florida.
Sad.
Thank
Only
you.
60 people. Sad.
Let's bring in CBS News Chief National Affairs and Justice correspondent Jeff Pegues. Jeff, what are you hearing from your law enforcement sources about threats or just what chatter they're picking up in the system that they monitor so closely?
Frankly, John, they've been preparing for this moment for at least a couple of weeks since the former president, sent out that tweet.
He has a condition. Don't make fun of him, chat. He has a throat thing.
Chatter online and chatter in other forums just to make sure they're on top of any potential threats. And what we're hearing, at least right now, is that they aren't seeing any sort of large organized protest, anything like that. But of course, you will see chatter online, people making threats. The question is, are these the kinds of threats that the people are making that they can actually bring to fruition? And of course, that's what law enforcement is always most concerned about. It's that person acting alone that usually poses the greatest threat in terms of intelligence gathering, because they are the people who are hard to see coming. However, overall, the posture seems to be that law enforcement is preparing, but we'll have to see when the former president is processed and how things develop between this point now and then.
Right. And Do we know whether the New York law enforcement was given any advance notice regarding the vote to indict the former president?
You know what, John? So many people were caught off guard by this today. In fact, there had been reports in some outlets that the grand jury was going to take a month off. So I think a lot of people sort of let their guard down. But I'd be surprised if there wasn't any coordination between the DA's office there in New York and the NYPD, which is 35,000 officers strong. I think, you know, a lot of people don't realize how big that police department is in New York. You know, people who cover the NYPD, it's almost like its own army, and they are very good at what they do, not only intelligence gathering, but the tactics they use with large demonstrations. So we'll have to see how they react to this. We know that officers or police officers are being asked to show up tomorrow in their uniforms, which will give the command staff there a chance to deploy officers to any sort of problem spot should they see some pop up. But at least right now, it looks like things are calm. And the intelligence apparatus in New York is working to stay on top of any potential threats.
Okay, Jeff Pegues for us in Washington. Thank you, Jeff. Here's a look at what we're covering in our next hour. A historic day in U.S. history. An indictment of a former president. We'll have the latest on the formal charges filed against Donald Trump.
See, this is what I mean. It's like even the music is like fucking bunk. You know what I mean? Give me something good. Damn.
The statements we've seen tonight and how he's looking at this is he's looking at these next few days and this arrest and deciding what he's going to do.
Just
so how does all this
play
out for him, right? I mean,
just
he
perfect,
wants,
dude.
He
Look
wants
at the
attention.
shape,
He
the
wants
density,
all of
the
that,
size.
And he's a showman.
Just everything.
Yeah, so, Aaron, you're exactly correct. I don't think, look, I don't think Donald Trump wants attention this way, but, you know, you'll see the president being defiant, I think, and pushing back harder than you've ever seen before. You know, your viewers and people in America, I think, are asking right now, you know, what's changed? What's changed in the 6 years? This case has been lingering for 6 years. Cy Vance, the former district attorney for Manhattan, had it, took a look at it, decided to take a pass. Southern District of New York looked at it, took a pass. And so what has changed over the 6 years? And I think people have come to the realization that politics have changed. That's the one thing that's changed. And I think they view this as a persecution and not a prosecution. And I think that's Republican-wide. I think
you have a lot of points, and independents do as well.
Of people supporting him.
Independents do as well. We saw 70%
Right, yeah,
of them, right, felt that
yeah.
this was politically motivated. But what do you make about the point Ryan Goodman made, which was that when Cy Vance left, he said he supported charges, but
By the way,
he was leaving it.
Cy Vance literally refused to prosecute Trump's children, like on charges that he absolutely could have prosecuted them on back in the day. Like, people forget that the previous Manhattan DA was actually kind of a fucking shithead. Okay, I don't know enough about Alvin Bragg, but let's be fucking real. Like, it's not like Cy Vance was great ever. Like, to point to him and his like lack of interest in like prosecuting Trump or his children is kind of wild to me.
First impeachment, right? The second impeachment. You know, every time since Donald Trump is the president is.
I cannot wait for Tucker Carlson,
right?
dude.
The first on Inauguration Day,
right?
the Washington Post said, you know, Democrats looking to impeach Trump, right?
Yeah.
So he views it. His supporters view it kind of the same way they viewed everything: political.
And of course, he said the golden escalator. I mean, there's some things, you know, the things that so many have tired of from him are still the things that are the bread and butter of his statement.
Yeah. I would want to jip him, the golden elevator. There you go.
Yeah. So just to add into the conversation, Ryan, I want to give you
this guy literally, if he wasn't Trump's campaign manager at a certain point, like, he would have been the manager of every police. Okay. He literally is the most police manager looking person. He's the king of the cops.
Matters. In fact, a bigger matter.
That's right. So Alvin Bragg promised that he would publicly tell us, the public, if he decided to either drop or indict Trump for the investigations that he inherited. And the other investigation that he inherited
Wait, what
from Cy
happened?
Vance is a
What's
big
the
one
slur? Did I miss
on
it?
what we can think of as bank fraud.
What was the slur? Tucker's on. It's not on yet on here because it's this is in delay. This is on delay. Oh, he used the G slur, like the actual.
Don't know, and they have time.
Yes, they do. They're still sitting. Yes.
And David Urban, I'll give the last word to you. That is the big question for the former president. There's this indictment.
Sure.
There's possibly another one. There's Georgia. There's the special counsel. We are at the beginning of the beginning here, not the end.
God damn.
Right. Yeah, no, it is the beginning of the beginning, and that's the troubling part.
The beginning of the top of the hour ad break. That's right. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. We're waiting on Tucker Carlson to go live and give us that delicious, juicy goodness. What percentage of Fox viewers do hog watch, you think? And why is that why they're the biggest broadcast? No. Fox News is the most popular broadcast because, one, they're entertaining. And two, there are a lot of people that there was a Pew Media study conducted on this matter. The reason why Fox News is the most popular broadcast is because 90% of conservatives almost exclusively get all their news from Fox News, whereas the media diet of a liberal is very diverse. They go to New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, and even Fox News as well. So that's the reason why it's very different. That's the reason why they consolidate on Fox News. That's why it's kind of similar to how you consolidate here. If you're under 35 years old, you're most likely getting your news from me. Jay Hopper 04, Nikki Bigelow, and Made by Juan. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Jay Hopper, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads total at the top of the hour. Is a 3-minute ad break now. Can you quickly go to your chat arena settings? No, I don't want to hide. I want to keep hiding moderator actions. That's why you can't see auto-modded messages in our timeouts anymore. No, that's good. It's a good thing. I don't want to see it. It limits my malding spectacularly.
So in one sense, we are on something of familiar ground here with an angry, apparently cornered Donald Trump lashing out and also cashing in. In another sense, of course, this is a whole new world for all of us. And the first sad words in a never-before-written chapter of American history.
If you're older than 35, that doesn't mean you're in the wrong place, by
This
the way.
is very much a story just breaking. In the hours ahead, we'll look at what is happening now, what happens next as this indictment and potentially other indictments unfold, and what our legal and political team make of it all as we look there at the airport in West Palm Beach, where the former president would be expected to depart likely next week. We have reporters on both ends of the former president's upcoming journey. CNN's Karis Canales at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan.
Why'd they have people posted up outside the courthouse? It's not like anything's going to happen right now.
Apparently believes is a crime. Either way, the net result is Donald Trump is the first former president of the United States ever to be indicted. So no matter what happens next, we can be certain there is no coming back from this moment. There could be retaliation from red states. The governor of Florida has already said, Ron DeSantis has already issued a statement saying that he will not participate in any extradition of Donald Trump to New York. That's apparently scheduled for next week. As you can probably tell, we're not certain of the full outlines of the story, but we know this moment is a historic one. We want to set tonight in facts, those that we have so far. We're going to do that as we always do with the help of Fox's Trace Gallagher, who is with us tonight on set. Hey, Trace.
And we're going to have more of DeSantis coming up on this, but it's important to remember, Tucker, that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has chosen to pursue a case that was...
Always remember that Tucker Carlson fucking hates Donald Trump, by the way. Remember, private phone text messages between Tucker Carlson and numerous other Fox News commentators revealed that Tucker Carlson despises Donald Trump and is, in many respects, fearful of him and his fan base.
As Tucker was saying, is centered around a $130,000 payment to porn star Stormy Daniels, who claims she had an affair with Trump. The DA, Alvin Bragg, could not charge this case as a misdemeanor because the statute of limitations on a misdemeanor ran out back in 2018. And to charge it as a felony, the Manhattan DA had to perform what many call legal gymnastics and say it was a campaign finance violation going down that road. Numerous legal experts have pointed out that it would be monumentally improbable to prove that Donald Trump paid Stormy Daniels in an effort to win the White House instead of, say, an effort to save his marriage, etc. Here's law professor Jonathan Turley weighing in on the indictment just a short time ago. Watch.
The concern is that if this theory is actually the basis of the indictment, then this is a rather ignoble moment in history. Donald Trump may be the...
It's not a crime, but even if it was a crime, it's not all that bad. Even if it was all that bad, Michael Cohen already went to jail for it when he was working at the behest of Donald Trump. Is the most airtight, solid legal defense you can use
Donald
here.
Trump directed him to pay Stormy Daniels the hush money on the eve of the 2016 election in exchange for keeping her quiet. But Michael Cohen is also a convicted felon who's known for stretching the truth. Cohen's former legal advisor, a man named Robert Costello, who testified before this grand jury, was on Tucker Carlson tonight back on March 20th. Watch this.
I called them up after I saw Michael Cohen on TV stating things that he said he was going to tell the grand jury and had told the grand jury that were contrary to what he told us when we first represented him.
I love calling Michael Cohen a convicted felon because why is he a convicted felon? Oh, that's right. For things he did that Donald Trump directed him to do as his attorney. What the fuck?
Actual charges are because it's unlikely they'll be unsealed.
Bro, he's a convicted felon because he
surrenders, which
went to jail for doing things that Trump made him do.
About the indictment that reads in part, quoting here, the
What the
Democrats
fuck?
have lied, cheated, and stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump. But now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. Even Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who could run against Trump in 2024, slammed the indictment, quoting again, the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. And DeSantis makes a great point because if the charges are what we expect, then it does appear this is a political prosecution. Federal prosecutors have repeatedly turned this case down, and now you have a state.
I love the fucking little Trumper in here that said, please be honest. Michael Cohen went to prison for tax evasion, okay? And didn't mention the other charge there, which is campaign finance violations. Like, that's the whole point.
The last 10 days, in one poll anyway, went from 8 up to 30 up.
Bank fraud, tax evasion, and taxi
all kinds
fraud.
Of consequences only someone can predict. Trace Gallagher, thank you, as always.
What the fuck is taxi fraud?
Is something brand new, the beginning of something, but it's also the culmination of something. The culmination of an effort to make certain that Donald Trump is never elected president again. That was the whole purpose of the January 6th committee, obviously. So far, it's not working. Trump is leading the Republican field for the nomination by a wide margin. In Georgia, a partisan grand jury whose forewoman is giving interviews to MSNBC is apparently also preparing to charge Donald Trump with the crime of doubting election results. You're not allowed to doubt election results in Georgia unless you're Stacey Abrams, in which case you get to claim to be governor.
For the record, the campaign finance violations are directly related to Trump. Just understand that. Like, whose campaign was he working for? You don't even need to know all the details to, like, make that, connection in your mind, I'm pretty sure. But the campaign finance violation that he went to jail for is literally, like, for the Trump campaign, paying hush money to Stormy Daniels.
Interests in this country decided that Donald Trump could not be president, and in fact, for the most part, assumed he would never be. It was just too ridiculous to be real. But just to make certain that he never was, the FBI worked with the Clinton campaign to spread false allegations that the president had been colluding with the government of Russia. But the FBI was never defunded and shut down, as it would have been in a functioning country. It continued to interfere in elections and does so to this day. That, of course, didn't work, and Trump took office anyway. So federal agencies did everything they could to make certain that Trump would be an ineffective and one-term president.
I know what fucking like a medallion taxi fraud. Everyone is saying like medallion violations or whatever. I'm looking for it. I think he misspelled it.
And the White House filed a fake whistleblower.
I don't remember that at all.
About Ukraine, and that got Trump impeached. And then they impeached Trump again for holding a constitutionally protected rally to call on his supporters to peacefully protest what had happened to him, as you would in a democracy.
Oh yeah, totally.
So this effort today is one in a long line of unprecedented steps that permanent Washington has taken to stop Donald Trump from holding office in a democracy. Whether you like Trump or not, that is true. But none of that has stopped Republican primary voters from telling pollsters that far and away Donald Trump is their first choice for president in 2024. In fact, it may have changed their minds and made them support Trump again. Maybe not because they love Trump, but because they hate to see their beloved system destroyed, subverted and destroyed for political reasons.
Bro, we know you hate Trump.
So the rule of law appears to be suspended tonight, not just for Trump, but
he hates Trump. He hates Trump's fan base, but he knows that's his like main fucking audience.
Police officers and seized control of the Tennessee State House. They did that today, and no one's going to go to jail. Trans Biden voters can execute Christian children.
What?
And the Biden White House will explain that actually the trans community, the transgenderists, are the real victim. This is what it seems to be. It's a political purge.
Had to bring it back to trans people somehow, you know? It's Tucker Carlson.
Republican leaders in Washington are naturally calling for a surrender. Asa Hutchinson is saying that Donald Trump needs to withdraw now because Alvin Bragg doesn't like him. So one of the reasons that Trump won in the first place in 2016 is because people like Asa Hutchinson, people who have no interest in winning or governing, and least of all in representing their actual voters or their interests, people like that have been in charge of the Republican Party for generations now, and its voters are sick of it. And if those people continue to run the Republican Party much longer, that party will no longer exist within a few years. There'll be no reason to have it. What you're seeing now is lawlessness, and the question is who can stop it.
Lawlessness.
Alina Habba is Donald Trump's attorney. Alina joins us tonight. Alina, thank you so much for coming on. I guess the key question here, there's so much to sort out, but what do you believe the former president will be charged with?
Well, he'll be charged with something he didn't do. We know that for a fact from Michael Cohen himself and his lawyers. But I think it's going to be a books and records kind of charge. And knowing Alvin Bragg, the Soros-backed DA, I assume that he's going to try and stack several of these misdemeanors that a normal person would never be indicted for, let alone charged with, and try and make a felony of something that the FEC, you know, basically the FEC has already turned down and the federal prosecutors. But, you know, that's what happens when he's leading in the polls.
I mean, you wonder how a DA who's decriminalized violent crime effectively, and he has, that's not an overstatement, could decide that a bookkeeping error is a felony.
That's right. That's right. And you know what else, Tucker? We've seen this DA in particular. Let's just take Alvin Bragg. Let's take out all the political stuff that everybody's already spoken about ad nauseum. This DA in particular is the king of woke, right? He is Mr. I don't believe in putting people in jail, and I don't believe in felonies, and I turn felonies into misdemeanors. I think he went from 50-something percent to 28%.
I love Republicans
but when it's
so
Donald
much.
Trump, he's trying to do the reverse.
I love Republicans so much because they literally channel the most childish sentiments. Like they speak like they're 5-year-olds when they're talking about some serious shit.
And then create something out of nothing. It's a really sad day in our country, Tucker. I mean, no matter what your politics are, it's a sad day in our country.
And no matter what your politics, that's exactly right. If you believe in our system and you want it to continue, you have to raise your hand and say stop, because this is too great an assault on our system, much greater than anything we saw on January 6th, that's for certain. So that raises the question that I'll pose to you about your client is, how is he going to respond to this? This is transparently political. It's an effort to take him out of the presidential race. That's not allowed. Will he participate in the process? Is he going to go to New York and be treated like a criminal?
You know, I'm not the criminal attorneys handling this, obviously. I know my client well, though, and I know you know him. He's not one to cower. As he said in his statement, this is proof that we need to change this country immediately. I don't see him hiding from anything. I would be shocked if that would be the consequence or the result of this. I think he would deal with it head on. I would hope so. And that's for his legal team to deal with that's handling this criminal issue. But it's just a sad thing for me. You know, they want this picture so badly that we have these DAs in Georgia. We have corrupt AGs in New York. We have corrupt DAs all over the country. And they're just trying to be the first one to get this for political purposes. But I think, Tucker, frankly, I think it's going to backfire. And I think we've seen that in the past couple of weeks.
But you could kind of see, and clearly you would counsel him if he asked you to participate in this, but you could see us approaching a kind of postmodern moment where the system becomes so politicized and illegitimate and ridiculous that some people decide, I'm not playing along with this. Why would I participate in my own illegitimate humiliation? Can you sort of see that impulse?
I don't think so. I think he should deal with it. My advice to him would be go in, face them, and make them look you in the eye, and make them look the American people in the eye. And you know what? You wanted drama. That's what you're going to get, because they're going to win. There is no crime here, and they're going to win. And DA Alvin Bragg will go down as the worst DA in history, and he's going to get his place in American history, and it's not going to be a good one. I think, my advice to him, Tucker, would be to go in, face them however which way they want. If they want a production, that's on them. I think they've already done that, frankly. And you know how it goes. We'll hear leaks, just like we did with that Georgia 4 woman that came out and wanted her moment on MSNBC. We'll see what happens.
Does this moment feel dangerous to you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does this moment feel dangerous to you for the country?
Oh, terrible. Terrible. I'm petrified for this country. I'm a lawyer, and
bro, she can't even emote it. Get Bongino back on, dude. He was crying earlier.
Supposed to take the laws of this country and abide by them no matter what my personal beliefs and politics are. And this is the most extreme, scariest moment from somebody within my profession.
Oh, yeah. For those of you who didn't watch, you can see it in the VOD. Dan Bongino was crying.
There's no better way to say it, Tucker. I'm petrified.
On air, on camera.
This is third world stuff. We don't put politics ahead of the law. We have a democracy. We have the right to vote. We have the right to have a fair and impartial jury. And evidently, if you're a Republican, Donald Trump, or
famously, it's an indication that our system is completely corrupt when like a former president gets away with doing whatever the fuck they want. That's how that works. Bro, if anything, this is like the one instance that it's not as corrupt. What the fuck do you mean?
Donald Trump personally didn't vote for him to stand up and defend the principle of equality under the law for the sake of America. Wouldn't that be reassuring for everybody right about now?
Yeah. Yes. And I think that person, frankly, Tucker, should be the president of this country. I think that the president has an obligation to be that person. And I want to see what Karine Jean-Pierre says. I really hope for our country's sake, and I'm Donald Trump's attorney, but I'm an American citizen. And my parents are immigrants. And I'll tell you right now that I hope for our country's sake that the president stands up. I hope that the Congress is looking in. I know they asked DA Bragg to come in and he refused.
Bro.
I want this country to get on track. Period. I don't care how we do it, but the president, the leader of the free world, needs to do that. And we don't have the right people in that place right now, unfortunately.
No, we don't. Lena Habba, the president's attorney, thank you very much. So as far as we know, and of course we could be wrong because we're very caught up in the story as it unfolds, but as far as we know, no prominent Democrat has stood up to defend the system against this perversion of the system. So
that's so fucked up. I can't believe it, dude. I'm a prominent Democrat. I'm standing up. I'm saying, please don't arrest him, sir.
For the nomination. And he'd like to win, but he thinks that this is a grave threat to the country. Vivek, thank you so much for coming on tonight. How do you view this indictment?
This is a grave day in American democracy. I mean, this is a threat. This is fundamentally un-American. And Tucker, it's not even about Donald
he ain't
Trump.
wrong. It is un-American.
It's about every American, because if they can do it to Trump, they can do it to you. And this is something that's bigger than partisan politics. Yes, I would like to defeat Donald Trump in this primary and in the election. But I want to do it by convincing every voter to vote for me, because at the end of the day, the American...
Oh, what the fuck? This guy's running for president? What? Who the fuck? He said, yes, I'd like to defeat Donald Trump. Like, who Omegalol, bro? What do you mean? What?
Prosecutor campaigns on indicting him or investigating him. That itself is politicized, let alone when he's the lead member of the opposition party to the ruling party that's in power. And we are not a country, Tucker. Whoever we are as a country, it's not a country that allows police power to be used by the ruling party to arrest its political opponents. Yet that's exactly what happened today. And I don't care if you're on the left or the right, turn the table.
Explain why they sell the shit like if they can do it to Trump, they can do it to you. Like, what the fuck? Brother, they're selling it like that because a lot of these people think like, oh yeah, I'm above the law. So this is like a wake up moment for all of them. But what they don't realize is when you're a Republican HVAC business owner, okay, unless you know the police chief and shit in your bumfuck small town, okay, you will get fucked over by the law if you do something fucked up. If you are also just a actual worker in the HVAC business and not the business owner, you're already cooked. You're cooked. You do something that is a violation of the law, you are most likely going to get long-dicked by the law regardless. You can try and like make it seem as though this is truly unprecedented. If they're coming after Trump, they're coming after you all day, every day. But the reality is, I think a lot of people deep down inside kind of understand. So the better angle, in my opinion, here to cover is that like this is actually not a serious thing at all. It's actually a ridiculous thing.
Has an immune reaction
Which
to
is
an
what they're doing.
outsider that actually wants to reform the system. And one way or another, by high water or not, they were going to come for him. And in the end, it's not about Trump.
It is a
it's about
serious thing, you commie. I mean, not really. It's not. Like, out of all the, I mean, even Fox News is not wrong when they say, out of all the things to like arrest or indict Trump over, this is like one of the lightest offenses. It's true. Donald Trump has done significantly worse shit throughout his tenure than fucking pay hush money to a porn star and then like attribute campaign finances to or misappropriate campaign finances. Like, it's just, that is not wrong. It's true. It's like getting Al Capone on tax evasion.
And as Democrats together need to put aside partisanship and call out this politicized persecution through prosecution for what it is.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. I would defend them. I defended Hillary Clinton when the FBI director tried to tank her presidential campaign with that ridiculous press conference. I despise Hillary Clinton, but I care about the system more than any individual. And clearly you do too. And I appreciate your coming on tonight. And immune system response is the perfect description of what we're watching. Thank you.
Wait, did he actually? That'd be weird as fuck.
Jason
to see.
Whitlock is a frequent guest on the show for a reason. He brings insight that few
Oh,
others
this is
have.
about to
He's
be
hosted
so
Fearless
unhinged.
and joins
Oh,
us.
God. Oh, God. Oh, dude, Jason Whitlock. Uh-oh. He's going to say some fucked up shit. Get ready.
Tucker, I hear you loud and clear. I've been watching all week. You've been doing a marvelous job. I do think all of this is tied together. I live here in Nashville, Tennessee, where we had a transgender person murder 3 young children. Today in our state capital, which is right here in Nashville, the transgender anti-gun crowd took over the House for a time. And then by the time I get home, I find out Donald Trump has been indicted. And I hear you loud and clear. They are agitating for unrest. That's the only way to interpret this. They are agitating for unrest, and there is a godless element in this country that doesn't care about fairness. They don't care about the will of the people. They care about power and control. As you have spelled out this week, they think they're God. And they don't think they can make up the rules. They can decide what fairness is. They don't have a biblical worldview, and it's sickening for me. I'm upset. I'm emotional. I'm ready for whatever's next. And I hope every other man out there watching this show, I hope you're ready for whatever's next. If that's what they want, let's get to it.
It feels like this is not the behavior of people who want the current system to continue. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, they don't like our Judeo-Christian founding. That's why they don't like the founding fathers. That's why they want to overthrow the Constitution that is laced with biblical values and biblical principles. They want a Marxist, godless, communist country. Plain and simple, clear as day, with the alphabet mafia, this LGBTQ alphabet mafia in control. The godless people that you're talking about that are totally antithetical to Christianity and biblical values wants control and is seizing control, and they feel like taking down Donald Trump and beating everyone else into submission and just making them give up. That's just better. Give up on Donald Trump, give up on... Tucker, I don't say this with pride. I really don't. I'm just being factual. I've never voted. And so I'm not saying that with pride. I'm hardcore MAGA tonight. I will be voting. I am hardcore MAGA. I've never voted. I did, I observed Trump. I'm somewhat supportive of Trump. but they have made me MAGA. And they have made me ready
Somewhat
for whatever
supportive.
is next, because what they are building for young people, I can't sit by and just let it happen without raising my voice and without being willing to sacrifice whatever so that kids don't live in a communist Marxist society. These people that think the government is going to take care of them don't understand history, that they've never studied history. They don't understand how tyrannical a government is. If they have their way, if they have their way, we're all catching hell except for the elites. And yes, I have a very good bank account, and perhaps I'm an elite, but my heart is working class. My parents were factory workers. I came from nothing in this country. I'm black. They're telling everybody, black kid, oh, you can't come from nothing and make it in this country. That's bullshit. This country is the greatest country in the history of the planet. It's the safest, most prosperous place for black people and all people. That's why people are beating down the doors to get here. And they've demonized the whole thing, and they've turned Trump into this devilish Luciferian character when they are the devils. They're the ones that don't believe in God.
Jason Whitlock. I agree. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yep.
A Fox News alert for you. Reports indicate that Donald Trump will be fingerprinted, photographed, and possibly handcuffed. He has been told to surrender early next week in New York City. Obviously, this is a humiliation ritual. The question is, how do we respond as Americans who are trying to be decent and measured and keeping, as always, the interests of our children and our grandchildren in mind, in the hope of continuing what we have, which is great. Harris Faulkner thinks that way. She is the host of Faulkner Focus, the co-host of Outnumbered, our friend. She joins us tonight. Harris, thanks so much for coming on. Give us your thoughts about where we are and how we should respond.
Well, first of all, you know, just on the heels of what Jason Whitlock said, and I think we worked in Kansas City at the same time, if I'm remembering correctly. He was in sports, very talented guy. America right now is just watching a moment we've never seen before. There were two former vice presidents who were indicted. One back in 1832, and then, of course, Spiro Agnew under Nixon. And so we have seen that happen before, but a sitting president was impeached more than once and then became an ex-president, and they're still going after him. And I have to tell you, sitting on the couch of Outnumbered earlier today, his former press secretary, of course, is my co-host, one of them, I said to Kayleigh McEnany, there's no way they indict former President Trump because this...
I don't know if I'm crazy, but like, they're not really lighting the fire that much. Like, I maybe it's because I've basically gotten used to it all day because they've been like yelling all fucking day. But like, they really haven't been popping off too hard. You missed the last guy, Jason Whitlock? Yeah, I mean, he's going to say some unhinged shit regardless.
I just want to make sure the case is strong enough to win. I think it's more about dates on the calendar. Where are we now? We're getting closer to a time that Joe Biden might want to announce. He's out on that 20-day, trip trying to convince people that inflation isn't high and that the prices that they're seeing for the cost of everything, including everything they put in their mouths, is actually an illusion. So while he's out there doing that, this is going on. I don't believe in coincidences, but let me just do a little housekeeping because you brought up some important points. Are we going to see this president in handcuffs? Let me tell you who's in charge. It's the Secret Service. They will take the lead of all of the police forces. The NYPD can, as I understand it, take care of security out on the street. And New York State court officers will take care of security inside the courthouse. But the former president of the United States will be protected, as always, by Secret Service. They will, quote unquote, set the tone. This is according to sources close to Fox News. They will mention the instance or the decision of a handcuff or not to handcuff the president. They will make those types of determinations. So that's
Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think I think Trump is too rich to. I think Trump is. I'm a little.
Take care of security out on the
I'm a little
streets.
underwhelmed by Tucker Carlson's
And New York
performance.
State court officers will take care of security inside the courthouse. But the former president of the United States will be protected, as always, by Secret Service. They will, quote unquote, set
Oh yeah,
the
this part's
tone.
really
This is
funny.
according to
They have to go in
sources
prison with
close
him.
to Fox News. They will mention the incident.
That's like a shitty 90s comedy premise. You know what I mean? Like the president's prisoner Secret Service agents. That sort of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're not really.
In America's history, a former president of the United States has been indicted. A Manhattan grand jury voted Thursday to charge Donald Trump in the hush money.
The fuck? Oh, the broadcast.
In America's history, a former.
Oh, it ended. Let's see what CNN's saying.
Be presented to a judge on Tuesday to hear what these charges are, Jake.
All right, Evan Perez, some interesting and breaking news. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, Laura, I interrupted you. But let's
Holy
take a step
fuck,
back
look
on
at
the
this
case,
panel,
on the larger
dude.
case. As Omar in The Wire once said, if you come for the king, you best not miss. Is there any chance that this case is not strong?
Yes. Candidly, yes. There's always the chance.
You big dummies.
One of the reasons
Y'all-
why we can
y'all
be
indict
a little bit more
Trump? Oh man. That was the worst thing you could have just done. Because now not only have you set the stage, you are about to see chaos. And not only that, you just gave everybody a reason to love Trump even more. And
Bro, does he have tears in his eyes? What the fuck's going on? Be a man, bro. Be a man. Okay? Listen, crying for the reality TV president possibly getting like a slap on the wrist. I mean, what the fuck is this? Not to be toxic, but like if you're gonna fucking cry tears, like make it over something valid, okay?
open the people's eyes even
like One Piece. You know what I mean? Some shit like that.
more. That, oh man, are they screwed? Who would go do such a stupid thing? What a crazy day. You got an insurrection happening in Nashville because of the trans people. You got Biden up here.
I'm willing to bet he doesn't think that there was an insurrection in January 6th, but the real insurrection is the fucking mass shooting that happened in Nashville.
You're laughing at people because of
America, the land of many insurrections, you know, like around 3,000 in the past 5 years. 3,000 insurrections have occurred in the past 5 years.
Because of the shooter, right? He didn't really care. I'm Biden, I'm stupid. Press secretary, I mentioned press secretary. You know what I mentioned in my last video. Then you go in and indict Trump. Y'all in big trouble. Because, all I can say is bring the pain. Bring the pain.
What? I'm so excited. Rip off the bandage. It's going to get crazy. You mean Band-Aid, Jenny Jazz person. Godwin's, y'all. Amen. We love President Trump even more. First arrest will shock the world. You know what the funniest part about it is? Like, this is what the QAnon guys thought was going to happen to, like, all the Democrats. All the Democratic Party perverts. All the Democratic Party pedophile deep state vampires were actually going to get arrested one by one. And now, like, Trump is getting arrested. Oh, how the turntables for QAnon, dude.
The number one.
I love that shit. Do leftists sound this unhinged when talking about leftist stuff? Because Fox and conservative commentators blabbering gibberish about their pet issues sound absolutely fucking insane to me. I don't know how to describe it, because, like, if I got this emotional about something, it'd be over, like, fucking, you know, paywalling healthcare. You know what I mean? Reducing access to healthcare by making it, by giving it at a cost. And I feel like that's such a valid thing to be upset about. Democrats just turned Donald Trump into Tupac? What? Why Tupac?
is arrested, which is probably not gonna happen. If he goes to jail, you know the Secret Service has to go with him. That's a real thing. I found that out yesterday. I don't know if they go into jail with him in suits or if they all get a jumpsuit. It'd be funny if they all got jumpsuits and still had the sunglasses. They're like, POTUS has dropped the soap. He's dropped the soap. Get him now. Get him now. We have a Mar-a-Lago situation right here. POTUS's border is open. The border is unprotected. It's unprotected. There's a bunch of Mexicans trying to get in there. You know, if Trump...
Please, God, let him represent himself. I mean, that'd be so sick. It would be. To be fair, when Bolsonaro got stabbed, people got very emotional about him, and he got way more support with his sob story. So something similar could happen. Yeah, but like going to jail possibly over like paying a porn star hush money through campaign finances is not the same as like getting stabbed.
Turn to God, repent, pray for our country, pray for peace. Put on the full armor of God. But here's what's
that just
really
started on its own.
Miss. Donald Trump is not even a person anymore. He is a symbol. He is a symbol of the average, everyday guy that keeps getting screwed every single time. Watches other people screw up big banks, screw up their companies, and get away with it.
This guy almost died from his like crippling addictions, and he was too unhinged for
the timing of it.
This is Trump's attorney.
You know, the New York County District Attorney,
like his actual attorney, not like fucking Lena Habba or whatever.
New York City, and
one of his
often
real
brought,
attorneys.
In my experience, cases that they really shouldn't. I've seen them indict many cases that I am later, taking into dismissals or acquittals because they don't really instruct the jury on what the law was. And so even if you have a situation where the facts aren't in dispute, the judge isn't in the room. And the prosecutors who want the indictment are the ones telling the jurors, hey, by the way, this is the law as we interpret it. But if that's not what the law actually is, that indictment gets dismissed.
So sources have told CNN that Donald Trump faces more than 30 counts related to business fraud. If that number is correct, does the quantity of charges surprise you based on what you know about this case?
No. See, the feds, when they bring a case, they do it in a pretty concise manner. New York County District Attorney, I've seen them many times where they take each individual little transaction and they separate it into different counts. I once had a gambling case. It was a small sports book that they put into 1,000 different counts for every single bet that they placed. So the quantity doesn't really mean anything here.
Do you know if the president's team and the state of New York are discussing the arraignment logistics? We know that the court date is Tuesday.
That is my understanding, is that they're working out the logistics. And again, that's not my responsibility, but that is my understanding.
Yes, no, understood. Do you know if your colleagues who are specifically on this case been given details of the indictment, which obviously we're told still is under seal?
No, they wouldn't be given detail. Really, the fact that we're even talking about this kind of demonstrates the double standard, because ordinarily you wouldn't have any of these details because it's sealed. It's illegal for them to be leaking details like how many counts, what the counts are, and things like that until a judge actually orders it unsealed. So no, they wouldn't be sharing that with the team at this point.
So Donald Trump has made a lot of public statements and statements on social media attacking District Attorney Bragg, attacking this case. Spell out the evidence, in your view, that the DA has done anything improper.
Well, really, what's wrong here is the allocation of resources. This is a district attorney that not very long ago, there were pretty significant calls for his removal by his failure to prosecute crime in New York City and the rising crime in Manhattan that matched his failure to prosecute. And instead, he diverts presumably millions of dollars into something that really doesn't have any effect on keeping New Yorkers safe. Now, again, it's not my case, so I'm not going to comment on the specific facts here, but this is the problem with elected district attorneys. because elected district attorneys, particularly in one-party jurisdictions, on either side of the aisle, they don't pursue what keeps the voters safe, but rather what they think is going to help them win the next primary. And so it is that prioritization of politics over what is going to be keeping the New Yorkers safe that's really the big misconduct in my mind.
What about the argument that under Donald Trump's administration, there was a U.S. attorney, Mr. Berman, in New York, who brought the case against Michael Cohen for a related crime? And if that was criminal, then individual A mentioned in that indictment of Michael Cohen should also at some point face consequences.
Well, so there's 2 points to that. First of all, that is a decision for the U.S. Attorney's Office to make. The U.S. Attorney's Office, they had Michael Cohen sign a cooperation agreement. They went through all of this stuff with him. They had him in for several proper sessions, and they ultimately decided he was not credible enough for them to bring a case against anybody else. And he was sentenced without a 5K letter or a cooperation letter. But the other point is this. Just because somebody has pleaded guilty to something as part of a cooperation agreement does not mean that other people committed that crime. I've had many clients acquitted based on the say-so of a cooperating witness who pleaded guilty to something that judges or juries later said was not a crime.
As you know better than I, this is not the only criminal investigation into Donald Trump's actions. There's the DOJ special counsel investigation in D.C., which encompasses the documents that were at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's involvement in January 6th. There's the Fulton County, Georgia special grand jury investigation into election.
Oh, that guy that got banned just said, if you're happy about Trump being indicated, go fuck yourself. Which is pretty funny because, like, he said indicated instead of indicted. Dude, his supporters got the same fucking brain processing power that he has. Like, is awesome. Choose your lib. Any joy for me is a celebration that no one is above the law. I think it's okay to be happy about that. It's a somber day, and Donald is presumed innocent until proven guilty, but I'm celebrating the rule of law today. It's just like, just have fun. Just, put your feet up on the table, let your nuts hang. You know what I mean? Have some fun. Watch some conservatives lose their fucking shit over it. That's what this is all about.
I love my country. It was some bad people
they
in
got
government that
robbed.
did it to me, and I cry
That's
for my
Felix
country when I
Biederman's
see what's happening
bestie,
now, that they would do
Rod
something like this for an American
Blagojevich.
president, irrespective of what party he or she is from.
That's right. That's right. The side that is covering up evidence is the side that's lying.
Ain't no way he's on
really
Tucker.
Need to just put that on the
He's been
refrigerator,
on
because that
Chapo.
is always true. Former Governor Rod Blagojevich joining us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So as you know, a grand jury in Manhattan has voted today to indict the frontrunner in the Republican field for president in 2024, Donald Trump. CNN is reporting that Trump is facing 34 counts of, quote, falsifying business records. Those would be misdemeanors that have been transmogrified into felonies somehow. Apparently, this is related, and again, we don't have the text of the indictment, but it is apparently related to Donald Trump's alleged payment to Stormy Daniels 7 years ago. Trump says he did not use campaign funds for that payment. We can be pretty sure he didn't, because if he had, he'd be charged for misusing donor money, and the Federal Election Commission would have pounced on him years ago. So we can be certain, pretty much, that Trump used personal funds. At the time, federal regulators who were in charge of looking into this did look into it and determined it was not a crime. But now the Manhattan DA, who was like so many DAs who've inspired the crime wave we're now suffering through, was backed by George Soros, has decided to prosecute the Republican frontrunner for this. So it raises the question, who exactly is this Manhattan DA? His name is Alvin Bragg. He's a rich
it's time to
kid,
attack the real villains of the story.
But what should we know about him as we enter what is certain to be a history-changing spectacle in the next several weeks? Fox's Kevin Corke has been looking into the story. He joins us tonight. Hey, Kevin.
Evening, Tucker. Alvin Bragg has been ridiculed by critics for even pursuing these charges because others, including the Southern District and others, have had a chance to bite that apple, have bypassed on it, and because of the weakness, presumably, of any particular case. But for the man you see here leaving work tonight with massive security presence, well, he's also the same man who campaigned on what some called a Get Trump platform. This indictment for him, they argue, to critics, is a win no matter what, because it's not about the win, and that's the point. By the way, Bragg has been on the job since 2022. He won election back in November of 2021, taking over for the retiring Cy Vance. And his career includes time as a federal prosecutor. He was also an assistant AG for the state of New York and a civil rights attorney. And remember this, he does have a tie to George Soros, at least indirectly, because Soros donated to a very liberal group that endorses progressive prosecutors. And that group, you'll recall, used a significant portion of their money to support Bragg in his 2021 campaign. Now, Bragg has done something no DA has ever done. And the fear tonight, Tucker, is many others will now follow suit, presuming that turnabout is fair play, which means it's not just a Trump problem, probably. This could be a problem for a number of American politicians moving forward, including presidents. Tucker?
Kevin Cork, thank you so much.
You bet.
So we've been asking tonight, how will
I thought they would have given us, oh, dude, let's go, Hunter Biden penis time.
An early answer now. This is, we're going to read this just as from a text. This is from moveon.org, which is one of the biggest Democratic political organizing groups in the country. And they've sent a mass text to their members, and we're quoting from it here. Trump is the first former president in history to be indicted. It's an important step to try to preserve American democracy, his indictment. In the echo of Trump's appeals just before the January 6th insurrection, Trump has called for his supporters to protest and take back our nation, employing white supremacist and anti-Semitic tropes, provoking waves of far-right violence. To mark Trump's indictment and ensure he is held to account, MoveOn has printed a huge batch of these Convict Trump stickers and is giving them away for free while supplies last. So if you thought that organized Democrats in this country would pause for a moment before destroying what remains of our 250-year-old system, apparently you thought wrong. So what does happen next? Every action provokes a reaction. Radical actions tend to provoke radical reactions. So will Republicans in the states, will district attorneys who are Republicans in the states retaliate? What will they do exactly? Something, for sure. Francie Hicks is a former state and federal prosecutor.
Oh, that'd be so sick. Dude, imagine. Oh, my God, that'd be so sick. I really want them to, like, start trying to arrest people over dumb shit.
I don't think it goes anywhere good, Tucker. You're exactly right. The concern is that you're going to have retaliatory action in the states, in the DA's offices, like I used to work, where people are going to think, well, turnabout is fair play. If you're going to go after President Trump, we're going to go after President Biden. Or if, as the Department of Justice has always thought, you can't go after a sitting president until and unless he's out of office, what stops them from going after the rest of President Biden's family for what looks like political corruption? You know,
oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's so sick.
Because I tend to be a sci-fi geek. I'm really struck by the quote when Obi-Wan Kenobi said to Darth Vader,
"What?
If you kill me, I'm going to become more powerful than you could ever imagine." And I just wonder whether Trump and this movement behind the support for him, because of what looks like a completely political prosecution, will mean he will become more powerful than they can imagine.
Right. I mean, there's a whole religion based on that idea, actually, as you know. So, sure, that's a well-known phenomenon that the consequences you expect
Guys,
are not always
everyone is a liberal. Everyone at the end of the world is, everyone at the end of the day is a lib, okay? That's it. That's like, that's it. That's why.
This
is all I tell you all the time.
DeSantis has already said he's not going to participate in
this. This is just like Star Wars, Tucker.
Earlier in the show said she thinks he's going to fly to New York and surrender, but what if he decides not to? This is next week. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 days.
Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, he's
Maybe
not
Trump
going to
decides,
fucking
I'm not going to Florida. We're going to try to speak to him tomorrow and ask him directly, but who knows what's going to happen? And then DeSantis says, well, I'm not going to send marshals to pick him up. And then you have a national crisis. Like, that could happen, could it not?
Well, it could, because states have to cooperate with each other. When you've got someone indicted in the state system rather than the federal system, states rely upon the governor of another state, the judges of another state agreeing with that sort of extradition. It's one of the reasons why we expect federal officials, including former federal officials, to be prosecuted and investigated by federal officials so that they don't face this problem. But it could be a real crisis.
That is such a smart point, which as a non-lawyer, I didn't know, but it makes sense. Thank you so much. Francie Higgs.
Thanks, Tucker.
So because we're in the middle of a very fast-moving story and we don't have all the details, we're going to just pause right now for a recap on where exactly we are in this. We're joined by Fox's Laura Ingle, who's at the courthouse in Manhattan tonight, and she's going to get us up to speed. Laura, thanks for coming on.
Well, thanks for having me. And, you know, we've had a very busy night down here, a full city block full of reporters and cameras and tents and creating that circus-like atmosphere. There was a protest that rolled through here behind me in front of the courthouse a short while ago, but it was a protest about the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, and his policies on the homeless, but it was loud. We thought it might have something to do with this indictment of Trump today, but it was not. They moved along. But this courthouse has been surrounded by barricades, and we've got over 40 New York State police officers for the court system here protecting this. And as we move through, we want to reset at 5:30 today. Just before 5:30, we learned that the Manhattan grand jury voted to indict former President Donald Trump, the first former U.S. president to be charged criminally. The New York Times reporting tonight that Trump will turn himself in on Tuesday. We have not been able to confirm that. Trump has repeatedly called the investigation a witch hunt.
Why is the Trump campaign and Trump's side only giving information to liberal media, by the way? Like that is also kind of weird.
They know that I cannot get a fair trial in New York. The 23 grand jurors have been listening to evidence since January on Trump's role in hush money payments to former porn star Stormy Daniels. Now, that felony indictment is under seal, and we do expect to get more details about the charges in the coming days. The Manhattan DA's office issued a statement tonight saying, this evening we contacted Mr. Trump's attorney to coordinate his surrender to the Manhattan DA's office, arraignment on a Supreme Court indictment, which remains again under seal. We will bring you more as it comes to us here downtown. Tucker?
Laura, thanks so much for that. So under the U.S. Constitution, which makes this the country that it is and has been for 250 years, all Americans have the right to an impartial jury. That's granted us by the Sixth Amendment. But what will the jury in Donald Trump's upcoming trial look like? For the answer to that,
I called it!
Joe Armino, who is a criminal defense attorney
I
who is
called
based
it!
in New York and very familiar with the jury pool there. He joins us now. Lou, thanks a lot for coming on. How do you expect this trial, assuming I guess there's going to be one, to play out with the jury pool in New York?
Hey, Tucker, thanks for having me. First, I'd like to say, like your former colleague, Jason Whitlock, my heart goes out to America today. My heart is broken. I had some tears in my eyes earlier. Jason is such a great guest. Every time I listen to him, he's incredible.
I told you they were going to say you can't find a jury that's going to have an opinion of Trump one way or the other that's like impartial.
Completely outraged by what's going on. Completely outraged. You know, as far as the jury pool goes, I hope that my fellow New Yorkers are going to be there to listen to what's going on. But, you know, I've tried probably over 50 cases. My partner has probably tried over 200 cases here in New York City. I'm not sure I have complete faith in the jury pool here. We live in a blue state and a blue city with a blue prosecutor. So I'm a little concerned about the jury pool and the fact that it's not going to be a jury of his peers.
In a city where people defecate on the sidewalk? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'm just kind of thinking that. Okay, Lou, thank you for confirming our suspicions there. Appreciate it. Great to see you.
Thanks, Tucker.
This guy,
Ned Ryan, runs American Majority,
is the most rotund person you could have found.
Now, Ned, what's your first thought about this?
Well, they're targeting a political opponent over policy differences. The un-American left is ushering in a new era of pure power politics. in which they've decided rule of law, equal application of it is dead. I would argue, Tucker, we're really living an illusion of a constitutional republic than an actual reality of it. And now the real rules of the game are 100% law is a weapon. And I think the real question I have is, are red state AGs and DAs prepared to wage this war of lawfare? And I don't want to hear any of them say, ooh, it's icky, we're better than that. If whoever says that, I really believe doesn't know what time it is, because we're in a Cold War, Civil War era in this country in which we have to decide and commit to the policy of mutually assured destruction. Democrats are launching nukes at us. We better decide we're launching nukes back at them until they stop. And if we don't do it, if we don't understand, right now we have two sets of laws, a bifurcated legal system in which one side gets the entire legal system thrown at it, go to jail, and the other one gets to skate free. And if you don't fight it, and if you just accept it,
I just want to know what they'll get people
on.
on.
A one-party state, one-party system, which ultimately ends up in authoritarianism. The stakes here, I can't even begin to tell you how deep and how consequential the stakes are of what's taking place now. And I have to tell you, Tucker, my greatest fear is...
Like, arrest Chuck Schumer. That'd be fired. Joe Manchin, put him in jail. Kristen Sinema, Nancy Pelosi. It'd be so sick. But also, like, what would they get him on in general? Like, insider trading? Maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed.
You give up your AR-15, and I think most people know that. Ned Ryan, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate it. Hard to believe what's happening in America. We thought we'd check in with the man on the leading edge of America in the city of Los Angeles, which is always ahead of national trends, a lifelong resident of that city, Adam Carolla, who we always see when we're in town, host of the Adam Carolla Show, to put this into perspective. Adam, thanks so much for coming on. So what's your view of what we're watching?
Well, it's fine. I'm sorry, I don't have any new thoughts.
Bro, they got everybody on board.
200 guests before me, I think, encapsulated every thought you could possibly have about this. But like Whitlock said, I think there's a religious angle to this. Yes. I think they, on the left, that is a religion, and I think they look at Trump as Satan.
Yes.
And if you got to get rid of Satan and or Hitler, then you just do what you got to do. God is on your side. So there's a kind of...
You feel that, right? I mean, I feel that too. I don't think I'm imagining it.
Well, it is like...
This isn't politics,
Trump derangement syndrome feels like the kind of anger you would have against a religion and a religious leader who didn't agree with your religion, and then you need to take them down, you know, incarcerate them, whatever it is. And so all the rule book is out the window when you're dealing with Satan or Hitler or Beelzebub or whoever. So I think there's that element to it. The other one is kind of interesting, which is we make proclamations. Like Merrick Garland says, white supremacy is the biggest.
The thing is, like, they don't hit anything outside of like the pre-existing talking points, the pre-canned talking points. So it's like difficult for them to come up with creative new angles while staying within that narrowly defined box, right? Especially when like this is a dude who's like done a lot of shit. That's why you're hearing like, you know, the 11th guest, Adam fucking Carolla, come up with like, well, they think Trump is Satan. It's like, wait, first of all, you're on Fox News. Like these guys very openly keep saying that everyone in the Democratic Party is a demon. Pedophile vampires doing satanic pedophilia. Not the normal kind of pedophilia, but the satanic kind. Like, what do you mean? They call them demon rats. So what the fuck?
Population is being pushed into a corner for a reason. I'm not just imagining that.
I feel like it's to get them to react so that the government can now swoop in and do a self-fulfilling prophecy, because everybody who reacts to this is going to be a white supremacist. And remember, we told you that white supremacy is the biggest problem this country faces.
How long can they scream at whites before that just becomes ineffective?
Whites.
It's like I've said a million times, there's never been a better time to be called a racist. You could just be lumped in with everyone else in this country, anyone who voted Republican. And to your other point, I think the only way this stops is if LeBron James and the Obamas and the View ladies and Joe Scarborough, if people start speaking up, not people on the right,
no,
people on the
that's
left. Like you need some sane cultural leader who's an athlete or Oprah or someone of that nature to start going, look, I don't like Trump, but I love the country. This isn't right. We need to do something.
Because aren't you supposed to settle it in your elections? Isn't that how a democracy works? You don't like Trump? Okay, fine. Then you get to vote against him, right? I thought that was the system.
What if Joe Biden was running against the devil? Then how would you want to settle?
No, you're exactly right. Well, then you need to get the angels of the Lord in there. Alvin Bragg. You did add a lot. What? By the way, even after our 100 guests, Adam Carolla, it's wonderful to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
So the next logical question, now that the Republican frontrunner has been indicted, is could he be convicted? We turn again to Fox's Trace Gallagher for the answer to that question. Hey, Trace.
Hey, Tucker, and again, it's important to note that we don't know the exact charges because they won't be unsealed until the former president is arraigned, which would likely happen sometime next week. And as we have told you, a large part of this case will come down to the credibility of Michael Cohen. I want to know so bad. That's Donald Trump's former lawyer. Cohen is a convicted felon who has a history of stretching the truth, or for that matter, breaking the truth. But remember that Alvin Bragg has the advantage of seating a jury in Manhattan that is friendly territory for Democrats. Even with defense attorneys using their ability to dismiss certain potential jurors, it is more than likely that Bragg will get a jury that leans more left than right. And for the sake of argument, let's say that friendly jury believed Michael Cohen and did not believe the former president. It would still have to be more than a he said, meaning that when Alvin Bragg's attorneys get into a courtroom, they would need to prove each element of the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, they would need to prove that Donald Trump knowingly went around campaign finance laws. And so far, we don't know anything about any smoking gun evidence, or even a hot gun for that matter, meaning some type of proof showing that Donald Trump falsified documents to boost his campaign. The former president has already pretty much laid out his case on social media, which he has a tendency to do. He's pretty simple on this. He claims that Michael Cohen, who was his attorney at the time, told him the payoff to Stormy Daniels was legal. And Trump claims he was simply taking his attorney's word for it. So the bottom line in all of this, Tucker, is that if you look at the legal reaction on social media, even those on the left believe that Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is going to have his hands full once he gets into a courtroom.
Trace Gallagher, thank you so much for that synopsis tonight.
Yeah.
So it's pretty clear, missing though we are, some of the details, that we're about to enter a brand new period in American history, and it could get really dark, and the only thing that can stop it is for responsible Democrats to stand up for the country. We don't know if they are. We're praying they are. We'll rejoin you tomorrow night. In the meantime, here's the great Sean Hannity.
All right, and Tucker, and thank you, and welcome to Hannity. We are back tonight in studio, a live audience.
Oh, my God.
Great to see you. We begin this Thursday night with the Fox News Alert. Trump attorney Joe Tacopina will be here. Eric Trump will join us. The great one, Mark Levin, will be here tonight. You Mark Levin fans here. Greg Jarrett, Alan Dershowitz, Jonathan Turley, so many.
Oh, all the fucking, oh, the Dersh! The Dersh! Okay, we're not. I'm done. I can't keep doing this, okay? Especially not at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. We're going to switch off from this shit, and we're going to look at some other stuff. I can't do this. I'm not done with the stream. I'm just done with, like, this part of the fucking content. We've listened to Fox News propaganda for the entire day. I mean, they've read the indictment 11 times, okay? I can't do this any longer. The top of the hour ad break, on the other hand, has only come 4 times. We're going to talk about AOC and the libs of TikTok lady and what's going on there. We got a lot more content to cover, okay? New Marxist theory just dropped. What? Why did you send me Jesus fucking Christ Rowling? Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. These gentlemen think that when they have changed the names of things, they have changed the things themselves. This is how these profound thinkers mock at the whole world. Engels. God, some of these people are thick. Marx is a materialist. When I left The Guardian, I described my view as materialism. Marx said social being determines consciousness. Engels also says ideas don't determine reality. This is why gender ideology is inherently right-wing. What? Bro, gender in and of itself is quite literally a social construct. What the fuck? That's just so dumb. The materialist analysis in this circumstance would have nothing to do with, this is the Japan one party state. No, I don't want to watch that right now. Would have nothing to do with anything other than the fact that, you know, trans, cis doesn't fucking matter. If you are a worker, you are a worker. You are a laborer, and your surplus labor value is being extracted from you. And there's not much you can do about it. Well, there are some things you can do about it. Jesus, I can't tell you what happened. Okay. I'm going to skip the Jamal Bowman and gun control protests to the Tennessee thing and go straight to fucking libs of TikTok. Turns out, this is the Heritage Foundation posting this video, which is really funny. But AOC has no fucking clue who libs of TikTok is. Mr. Plaster Blaster, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, by the way. AOC originally had no idea who the fuck libs of TikTok was, apparently. Okay? Because she went up to her. Okay? Libs of TikTok went up to her and tried taking a photo with her, or took a photo with her smiling. Does anyone have that photo? Does anyone have the photo? I saw it circulating where she was like really excited. I can't click on links of libs of TikTok because she blocked me. Coward. Oh, this is great. Here it is. Got to be embarrassing to realize people who see people you see as your ideological enemies have no idea who you are. She said priceless. I asked if I could take a picture and she got so excited. She thought I was just a fan. That's your own L, dummy. Why did you just post your fucking L where you're like incredibly stoked that you took a photo? You look like a fan. You just look like a fan of AOC at that point and nothing more. Next time wear a mask that has libs of TikTok PFP on it. Don't forget the blue check mark. $500 says Chaya had to tell her who she is. Yeah, most likely. And then when she did, here's AOC's response.
I'm super transphobic, and I never want to share space with you. Thank you.
I am here.
That's it. She took a photo with her. AOC had no idea who the fuck she was. And then after that, she was like, I'm actually libs of TikTok. Lol. I fucking got you. Her middle part is not doing her any favors. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I got another take on libs of TikTok. Apparently, she has like a child's book or something where she likens. Where she likens being trans to a cupcake or something. I saw that post as well. And basically, if you think like being trans to a child is like a cupcake, then, you know, a delicious sugary treat, then you might actually be trans. You know what I mean? It's like it's very odd that you think like being trans is coming as you know, natural to you like that. And it is natural. It's just, you know, it's natural to trans people. Kind of like Rick Perry talking about how dicks are like alcoholism, you know? Dicks are like alcohol to an alcoholic. Like, they're delicious, they're everywhere, you're constantly fantasizing about it, but like an alcoholic who sees another bottle, you got to fucking avoid it, you know? These are both analogies that, you know, repressed people have brought up. Here.
Here, I saved you a cupcake. We saved Rose a cupcake because he realized she didn't have any cupcakes at recess. Rose felt funny. Something didn't feel right. She said, I don't think my parents would want me to have so much cake. Maybe I can take the cupcake home and ask them. That's very reasonable, right? She'll take the cupcake home and then she'll ask her mom and dad if she can eat it because she already had so much.
Bro, making toddlers look at a fucking transphobia PowerPoint is wild. Like that's got to be the most unhinged child abuse I've seen today.
No, howls Mr. Woolley. You're old enough to make your own decisions. Here, I saved you a cupcake.
Bro, if you're a kid and gender identity, like actually understanding gender identity is like a sweet, delicious treat to you, then, you know, maybe there is something going on there. You know what I mean? This is what I don't understand. You could have shown it as like an evil thing. But she's like, hey, children, be very afraid. Like, they're trying to serve you these like delicious cupcakes at school. All these kids are like, bro, I want a fucking cupcake. Shut the fuck up. Funny how drag story time is just normal ass books, but conservative story time is propaganda for kids. Yeah. I just don't understand that, like, conservatives looked at conservatives looked at the Democrats, claimed that they were doing like propaganda to children, okay, and then turned around and started actively trying to do propaganda to the children. Like, I remember a couple years back, I used to make jokes when Ben Shapiro was like, I'm going to write a child's book. And I was like, what are you going to talk about? Like, sharing is not caring? Like, what the fuck? Like, you're going to be that guy? Or like, actually, hypothetically, sharing is not caring. Sharing is actually communism. That's how the USSR was developed. It's like, that's it. That's the lesson that you're trying to teach children. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And then they did do that. Like, they actually did do that. They're doing it now. Anyway, let's watch this cringe-ass altercation.
Super transphobic, and I never want to share space with you. Thank you.
She thought she was a fucking fan. And she's like, actually, I'm libs of TikTok. AOC actually owned that conversation. Interrupting her is great. Yeah, exactly. She handled it very well. It looked like she was being kind and taking a photo with a fan, and then turned around and fucking ripped into her the moment that she realized who this fucking delusional loser was.
Outside the Cannon building. I was here last week because I attempted to ask AOC why she lied about me in a committee hearing. She cowered away. She refused to talk to me. So I'm back here today, 1 week later, and I'm going to deliver her. And
this kind of stuff is pretty funny, honestly. Like, I do find it really strange that like so many people are basically like, I'm just gonna stalk you. Like my political contribution is just like literally stalking you and being as fucking annoying as possible. There are plenty of people who do this online as well. Like I cover Ben Shapiro regularly because he says a bunch of dumb shit that I don't agree with. It's pretty open and shut. I feel like he's damaging. I feel like his ideas are very, very conservative and awful. And when he says some dumb shit, I tell you how it is. Sometimes when he surprisingly has a take that I agree with, I tell you how it is. Okay? But like, there are so many motherfuckers who just basically have become like stalkers as their full-time job, especially on the conservative side. Okay? Is that not just being a journalist? I know these people aren't, but there's no, Dude, listen. That you're bringing up a very interesting point, okay? That is literally what they say journalists are doing. But like, the reality is, first of all, you don't have a carte blanche approach to stalk people if you're a journalist. Remember that. But there's a point when a journalist is quote unquote stalking you or whatever. There's literally a point. There's a story that they're writing, that they're hunting down. They go to literally every side of the conversation that they can. They try to get additional information about the subject that they're writing about. What she's doing is not that. What she's doing is just trying to fucking farm views by being in the vicinity of AOC and being like, I'm libs of TikTok. You lied about me. You know what I mean? Like, that's not fucking journalism. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Chatter's going to bring up people harassing Cinema in a bathroom. That's not journalism either. I would never in a million years. Tim Pool name dropped you on his live stream right now and said you promote violence. Fuck yeah, dude. At the top of the hour, I serve as a 3-minute ad break. You know how violent that shit is, dude? To the uninitiated? That's crazy. I already ran the ad break, by the way, so I'm not going to do that again. Yeah, honestly, to be fair, if I was as bald as Tim Pool is and someone constantly made fun of me for being that bald, I'd consider that to be violent rhetoric too. You know what I mean? Don't tell me you wouldn't want some Gen Z dipshit do this to Kevin McCarthy. I mean, you know what my perspective on this is, okay? It still would not be journalism. And also, there is no equivalent. Okay? You're talking to a David DePipe supporter, okay? We are... I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Listen to me. Listen to me. It's okay to admit that there are differences between good things and bad things. Okay? AOC's footprint on the fucking planet, regardless of how little you might agree with her or how much you hate her because she's like libbed up or whatever, okay, is entirely different than any number of Republicans. Okay? So yes, I'm not making a principle here, okay? The principle isn't like, stop fucking annoying politicians. I love when you annoy politicians. I'm a fan. What did I say? Why are people saying... First and foremost, none of that is journalism, okay? Annoying politicians is not journalism. Just make no mistake. Okay? And number two, annoying politicians is great and good. It's just what she's doing is not for any specific purpose. Okay? There's no purpose there. It's just clout driven. If the fucking Bill Clinton rabbi kid constantly did his Bill Clinton rabbi shit on Kevin McCarthy and every other politician, I'd be like, dude, this is annoying. Do you get it? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It's like, what is the reason and why are you doing it? If it's directed, even if it's fucking annoying, if it's directed with a specific reason and a purpose that has like actual political motivations, is understandable. Who you're doing it to, what their background is, what they have done. These are all important contributions to assessing the situation. You're doing the this is a distraction thing? What? No, I'm not. What? Are you fucking stupid? I never even I'm literally covering the least related, like most stupid fucking story of all time. This is like, am I doing the distraction? Is that what you're saying? Am I distracting you? I'm confused. Anyway.
An ethics complaint that I filed for lying about an American citizen in a committee hearing.
So AOC, she broke the rules. Believe it or not, there's actually rules on Capitol Hill. And 23 Clause 1 is the big one. You got to act in a way that reflects credibility on the House. And lying about, a U.S. citizen certainly doesn't do that. So we're filing this ethics complaint.
Let's go inside and see if she's there.
Oh my God, these guys are fucking unbearable, dude. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Do something productive. Do something productive.
How are you doing? Just dropping off some mail for the congressman.
Hi. So basically a few weeks ago, AOC lied about me in a committee hearing. Okay. So I tried to come last week and talk to her, but she kind of cowered away, wasn't interested in talking.
Yeah, you're unbelievably goofy. What a fucking loser. Oh my gosh, trying to be Boo Boo Bennett. You got to shit your pants first, lady. Okay? How many pants have you shit inside of as you are actively wearing them? 0. As far as we know, 0. Bro is desperate for pussy. Oh my God. AOC lied about me. Come on, dude. Dookie in your fucking pantaloons before we listen to what annoying shit you have to say here.
So together with Mike from the Heritage Foundation Oversight, he helped me file this ethics complaint. So we filed that. And if you can give it to AOC, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And tell her to stop lying about American citizens.
Right, have a good one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow, we fucking owned her.
An ethics complaint.
Bro, I swear to God, her getting unmasked was the fucking worst thing that she could have done. It's just like, it's just made her extra annoying. I swear to God. She's just like now she puts herself in the videos and shit too. It's just like, oh, stop.
At AOC's office, and unfortunately she wasn't there. So we left, and then I was walking through the Capitol, and guess who I bumped into? AOC herself.
Oh my God, it's so I fucking got it. She sucks so bad, dude. Oh my God, look how excited she is. Ay, ay, ay. I can't wait for the cat turd on masking. I don't even want to fucking. No, that's too much. Cat turd's face is infinitely like. I'll be honest with you, his face. I don't want to see that. I don't want to fucking see that. No, the unmasking that you guys were talking about wasn't him, I don't think. Do I sense a hint of jealousy? About what? Cat turd? Yeah, dude. I really want to be a fucking divorced pervert. A divorced, lonely pervert who constantly fucking talks about farts. That's what I want. No, cat turd is the one time I'm pro on not unmasking. Because, like, a homie's going to look so bad. I will see that and immediately go into fucking shock. I think they meant about meeting AOC. Why? I talk to AOC all the time.
I delivered an ethics complaint to your office because you lied about me in a committee hearing.
Oh, hi. Yeah, no,
so
actually,
I never inspired a bump for
No, you're actually super transphobic, and I never want to share space with you. Thank you.
Bro. As a former Hill employee, you can't just walk into a congressional office and speak to the representative unless it's some random South Dakota rep. You're not going to meet them. We were told to even lie and say no if certain randoms ask you to talk to my boss. Yeah. Yes, this is what I was waiting for, dude. This is what the fuck I was waiting for. 4 hours and 49 minutes into the broadcast, and someone comes in right as soon as we got done talking about the indictment and said, did he already talk about the indictment? Let's go. Big round of applause for El Deuterino Games. Thank you so much for coming in. As a matter of fact, I haven't. Like, certainly not for the past 5 hours. Bro, I got the suit on. What do you mean? I'm suited and booted. Yeah, this shit was whack as fuck. Libs, a TikTok creator, recounts.
So one of the
oh my god, and then they made news about it. Oh my god, it's extra whack. Oh my god.
saddest and most painful lies they keep telling you is you're imagining it if you think children are being physically mutilated in the name of gender ideology. But it's actually real. We wish it weren't. We wish we were imagining it. Hospitals brag about these surgeries. And we know this really because of the founder of a Twitter handle called Libs of TikTok, Haya Raychik. She's reported on it extensively. Of course, this has infuriated people who are dedicated to lying, like Sandy Cortez. You're all liars, she said. And she called Haya Raychik that directly. So Raychik decided to go pay Sandy Cortez a visit. Here's how it went.
A few weeks ago, AOC lied about me on the House floor.
Ms. Navaroli, are you familiar with the account Libs of TikTok? That account posted false information about Boston Children's Hospital, claiming that they were providing hysterectomies to children.
So I am right outside the Cannon building, and I'm...
Guys, they played funny music over it. They played funny music over what AOC was saying, so you're supposed to be conditioned into thinking that that's a lie. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, look at this lie. It's like, bro, where's the fucking lie, dog? It's not like these guys don't act like they, it's not like these guys don't act like they fucking despise these institutions. Like, they openly state it while simultaneously be like, how dare you repeat what I have said? Also, what I don't understand is why she's pro-banning TikTok. That's odd, too, because, like, TikTok is literally in your name, man. TikTok made you, dumbass. Where are you going to find random queer people with like 8 followers to bully and dox mercilessly?
I'm going to go inside and hopefully meet AOC and ask her why she lied about me and get some answers. I don't think anyone's here.
Hi.
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 Is the Congresswoman in?
No, she's not.
Okay. Is the person who's in charge of her tech policy in?
No.
Okay.
Do you need a card?
Yeah, so basically she lied about me on the House floor a couple weeks ago. So I just wanted to ask her why she lied about me.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay, so I don't
She said, are you guys recording? Clap.
think we're going to get to talk to her.
Dude, this is awesome. Like, you're really killing it, dude. What are you? See, this is what I mean, okay? You do this to, like, someone like Kristen Sinema or someone like Joe Manchin as they're holding up, like, a specific piece of legislation. Let's say Kirsten Sinema says, I don't want to fucking eviscerate the filibuster or reform it, right? And then you go to Kirsten Sinema's office and you film yourself being fucking annoying and saying, like, why are you refusing to reform the filibuster? You're not a journalist. You're an activist. There is a deliberate reason for why you're there. You're doing something, okay? She's at fucking AOC's office being like, why did you lie about me? Like, that's the difference. This is what fucking right-wingers do because they win all the time. They are victims of their success. What fucking thing can you get mad at AOC about? She has no fucking power, idiot. She got nothing. What has she done? It's not like there's a liberal equivalent to what the fuck the Republican Party is doing in the sense that, like, you're going up to, like, AOC's office or fuck it, like Rashida Tlaib's office because she passed the we are going to transgender every child rule. You know what I mean? This is what I mean. If Republicans were to behave like this, if Republicans were to behave in the same exact way that, like, sometimes activists or whoever the fuck is like going after politicians and filming themselves, they would have to go after, like, the Democratic Party if the Democratic Party was actually being a bottleneck to, I don't know, further cut tax for the wealthy. You know what I mean? Because that's a Republican policy, but guess what? It's also a Democratic Party policy, which is why there is no fucking equivalent to what you can get mad with respect to the Democrats in Congress. There's nothing. Yes, her arms are incredibly long. It's weird, and she's stanced up very weirdly too. I know, I saw. The turfs are bricked meme lives on. This bitch got bigger hands than I do, and I'm a 6'6" man. Holy, I mean, that's when you find yourself hyper obsessed about like the gender binary, as though it like literally exists, and as though it's like tied deeply to biology. You know, maybe you're doing it to make up for the fact that, like, I don't know, you yourself don't perfectly fit that narrow definition. It's like Ben Shapiro. You know what I mean? If I say I'm masculine, maybe people will think I'm masculine. That kind of thing, you know? That's it.
To her, I don't know if she's in or not, but I think that door slam was really telling. So I don't think they want to talk to us. Dear AOC, please don't.
Like, all these dudes look so hurt in the background too. Like, what is that guy? That guy's like a crazy Twitter pervert too, isn't he? Like, they all look so fucking sick. They look like the sickest puppies in the litter. You know what I mean? They like barely made it out the litter. Like, every single one of them. What the fuck is up with these no riz having, zero charisma black hole ass motherfuckers in the Republican Party? That's Robbie Starbucks, a weirdo. Oh my God. They debate the fuck out of you on Reddit. Yeah, no thanks, man. I'm good. Okay. Ew.
AOC, please don't lie about American citizens. Love, Chaya.
You shouldn't drape yourself in the bourgeoisie garment, young Hasanabi. You mean a fucking suit? I did, though. I'm reflecting my class status today, but the reality is rich people don't fucking wear, like, owners don't wear fucking, this is for the workers for the most part. They don't really wear suits. Anyway. Oh.
What's so funny is that Sandy Cortez would not exist as a public figure were it not for social media. She literally filmed herself applying makeup, and yet her staff seems shocked that maybe this is on video.
Yeah, that's right. AOC utilizes social media to fucking better target younger audiences, which is why we should be able to film ourselves literally in her house, actually. Not even just like harassing her outside of her fucking office, but like, AOC's a congressperson, so why can't I take feet pictures of her energy? Like, that's what's going on here. AOC films herself, and that's okay. But when I try to take photos of her feet from my balcony that happens to be looking directly at her apartment building, I'm called a creep. Ha ha ha! What's going on? Thanks, Tucker. You really fucking dropped a logic bomb on us, dude.
Hi, Chick is the founder of Libs of TikTok, and the woman you just saw in that video. She joins us now. Hi, thank you so much for coming on. I mean, did you think that she would own up to the provable lies she told about you? I mean, she claimed that something didn't happen that you proved on video did happen. Did you think she would admit that?
AOC claimed that I lied about Boston Children's Hospital. She claimed that I inspired a bomb threat, and I absolutely had no expectations for her to own up to it. I went to her office, and I was ready to sit down with her and get to the bottom of this and explain it. And
yeah, my God. Conservatives. You got to love them, dude. They're such fucking twisted freaks, bro. Like, the sense of entitlement is out of fucking control completely, okay? Just completely out of whack. So distorted. It's like chatters. You know what I mean? Who sometimes will just like go overboard with parasocial shit where they'll like, I mean, you guys don't really do this to me because I yell at you all the fucking time, but I see it done to other content creators where they're like, you need to tell me everything that's going on in your life right now. Like, why haven't you streamed in a day or whatever? And I'm like, I see that shit on my timeline sometimes and I'm like, bitch, what the fuck do you mean? Like, shut the fuck up. You know? You guys don't do that as much because I spend a good amount of time just whipping you into shape. Yeah, or when people are like, check your Reddit messages. I need to contact you immediately. And you're also constantly online too, though. I mean, I sometimes take days off. One time I told you to lay off the energy drinks as a joke and you roasted me and I've never still recovered. Fuck yeah. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that this fucking freak, okay, is this fucking absolute freak is literally just like has that same exact fucking energy where it's like parasocial with AOC.
And I don't know if she was in the office or not, but she cowered away. I don't think she would ever face me or ever have a discussion about it. But I, as an American citizen, I don't appreciate being defamed in front of millions of people. So I wanted to confront her, and she cowered.
And thank you for adding details there that I should have added in the intro. She accused you of inspiring violence, of effectively a criminal act.
Yeah, and she is unfortunately protected by legislative privilege, so she is allowed to lie about me in a committee hearing. And not just that, but she's using her position of power to call on big tech to censor people who she disagrees with. That's what she did in the hearing, and that is really scary.
It's really scary. And thank you for trying to face her directly, which is a nice thing to do in the social media age. Hi, Ray Chick.
Yeah. Thank you for confronting AOC about whether or not she defamed you. Thank you for just like fucking being annoying. I love that. Thank God. I was going to cover this story, but I'm glad that Charlie covered it so I could just like fucking... Okay, it's a full-blown video, not clips of his stream. Gwyneth Paltrow... Oh, before we get to that, actually, hold on. I like how Aiden Ross's job in Train's plan to take down all the pussies and the fake-ass haters is simply not bring the absolute worst publicity you could ever imagine to the platform every single week, and it's simply too much to ask. Yeah. He just, like... There's like a button in front of Aiden Ross. It's called like the Nazi transphobia button, right? And Train is like, bro, we'll give you $700 gorillion, okay? Just please, you're like the biggest content creator that we've signed on to kick.com. Please do not hit the transphobia Nazi button. Please, no matter what you do. And Aiden Ross literally hits it every day. He's like, I can't stop. On God, I can't stop, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? It's like, why? He just slams it so fucking hard. I don't get it. Oh, anyway. Yeah, just jerk off, man. NoFap is killing your brain. Why is Kick still a thing? It's got unlimited funds as far as, its funding vehicle doesn't go away. So, there is one woke hero that is trying to save America's constitutional democracy. That woke hero is a tiny-faced dipshit by the name of Charlie Kirk. That's right. We're going to take a look at Charlie Kirk's latest and greatest incredible idea. Please nuke Hoscord, Cena Fish, and Lachlan69. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's hear what that tiny-ass mouth came up with today. And I'm just going to let you know right now, it's pretty awesome. It's something that you could not have imagined.
New story out today shows that the U.S. Census Bureau, or the agency under the Secretary of Commerce, is debating whether or not to add a question to blacks of, are you a descendant of slaves? This is a precursor to reparations. And I am not a pessimist, but I want to be very clear that the pace that we're moving right now, you are going to live in a country where there is reparations.
Shocked. Wow. That would be devastating. I mean, oh my God. I like that he's not mentioning why it's bad because everyone in his audience already understands it. Like there's no argument that you need to make ever. That's, by the way, white supremacy is very pervasive in this country, and that's precisely what I fucking mean when I say this, okay? When I, on the other hand, have to make an argument as to why reparations are good, I have to do 11,000 qualifiers and explain to you exactly how we would pass it, why it should be passed, what the importance is, why we need economic restitution, but also how material equality for all people living on U.S. soil would actually make this country better. He can just say, reparations are coming, get fucking scared, and everyone's like, oh no, I get it. That is the difference between someone who looks at the current oppressive constructs and says, more please, versus someone who looks at the current oppressive constructs and says, I need to break this down, I need to explain it to you and explain to you why it's cruel and unusual. Okay? But fear not. Charlie does have a further argument. Let's take a look.
You're going to live in a country where white people are going to be forced to give money to black people for something you did not do, for something you are not connected to, just because you look like somebody who did something bad. So I have some very simple questions for the reparation crowd. Do white people get money because our ancestors, 600,000 of them, died in the Civil War so that blacks could be free? Do we get reparations for that? Number two, what if a child is half black or half white, or a person is half white or half black? Do they pay reparations to themselves? What about new blacks into the country? Nigerians, Haitians, people from Western...
Bro, he's saying blacks way too comfortably, okay? I can't be alone in this. Like, he just keeps saying it in the hardest way you could be saying it. The fuck is new blacks, bro? Just say African descendants of slaves versus new immigrants coming from Africa. Like, it's, anyway, that's weird for me to, I guess, focus on. But, you know, you could say black people, like, that's one thing you could say. Let's continue.
In Africa that have immigrated in that last 20 or 30 years. They have to they have to pay reparations to other blacks that claim to be oppressed because their ancestors were slaves. How does one prove that they're descendants of slaves? So let me get this straight. It is evil and racist to ask a black to go show ID when you vote.
Bro, okay, just say the M-word at that point. I mean, come on. It's just say it. Like, holy shit, dude. I mean, he said ask a black. Like, at that point, it's like you're literally just saying the word without actually saying it because you're a pussy. Like, let it out, dude. Let your nuts hang, dude. Come on. Come on. At first I was like, maybe I'm being uncharitable, but goddamn, like,
but somehow you're going to be able to have a black show all of the paperwork that they're the
like at that point it doesn't make sense. Okay, dude. I mean, it literally doesn't make sense from a sentence construction standpoint. Come on now. What the fuck? He's like purposely fucking ruining his own like conversational skills to just like hit it with the hard B. It just comes across as weird, brother. Like that's not how humans speak or understand one another. When you are doing the most in the way that you're doing it, it just comes across weird. He's trying his hardest to dehumanize to the point where it sounds unnatural. Yeah, like you're coming across like a fucking weirdo.
Descendant of slaves.
Oh. Anyway. The argument that he said was like, be terrified, reparations are happening. Never talks about why that's bad. Immediately moves on to how would we even get it started? I mean, and then talks about how difficult it would be. Notice, he never brought up why it's a bad thing. Okay? Said, why no reparations for white people? Why no reparations for white people? Like, 600,000 white people died to free you. Like, he basically said, like, you're ungrateful if you're a black person. Like, okay, but it was the white people that also enslaved the black people. Like, what fucking take is this, dumbass? Also, we live in a country where reparations did happen, okay? It was given to white slave owners for, forcibly freeing what they considered an asset up until that moment. He counted both sides of the Civil War there. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Wait, really? I don't know enough about Civil War history, like numbers wise. Did he actually fucking say 600,000 people died freeing slaves? And it's like, oh my God, that's such a good fucking catch. Oh my God. He said like 600,000 people died freeing freeing slaves, so like Confederates. Man, this country's so broken, dude. Fuck this shit. Anyway, you look like a British student with a suit, like those student suit uniforms bros use. I know. Somehow people found a way to get even mad at me for wearing a fucking suit, saying I look ugly in the suit. At this point, it's like the reverse of the Trump phenomena. I feel like motherfuckers say Trump is hot because they like him that much. You know what I mean? And I feel like the reverse of that is happening with me, where like, listen, I got body dysmorphia. I don't think I'm like the hottest dude ever or anything like that. But like when I see motherfuckers be like, dude, you are so ugly, I'm like, bro, you got an anime avatar. What are you talking about right now? Like the amount of people that were like, dude, you look like such an F word, but not in a positive way for the record, because I know a lot of you said you look so gay, but in a positive way. Like I saw motherfuckers with like lolly avatars or furries on Twitter being like, man, this proves that having big muscles doesn't make you actually masculine. Like, bro, you have a lolly avatar. What the fuck do you know about masculinity? What are you saying? That's my favorite. My favorite is when people who have like Christian coded trad accounts, but then with like a lolly avatar. And it's like, dude, you would get melted in a fascist country. Like, what are you talking about? You are literally more hedonistic and degenerate than I am. You know what I mean? As a descendant of slaves, the way I confirmed this was via ancestry website and shared family knowledge. My ancestors were listed as property on a man's will. Thought you might find that interesting. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs, but yeah. The idea that, like, there's no way to figure out if you're a descendant of slaves is so fucking stupid, too. But, you know. Really dumb.
Now, Gwyneth Paltrow is locked in a legal battle that I think has to be the most unhinged court case.
This was a positive day for white women. Okay? Gwyneth Paltrow winning her case, beating the case. How do you keep yourself sane with dumbasses like Charlie Kirk existing? I don't know, man. For every Charlie Kirk, you have to remember, for every fucking lolly avatar weirdo on Twitter being like, Hasan, you should fucking kill yourself, dump yourself in a vat of acid, there are tens of thousands of fucking good people, sane people, honest people who are just, you know, trying to be entertained every single day. Okay? Plenty of them are in this community. So I just, you know, it's a sense of perspective. And I do have to refresh it regularly, but that's it. That's how this works for me, at least. It's just like, that's how I don't lose sight of the way things should work. Quick thread on Gwyneth. Everything Gwyneth Paltrow has warned the court. Oh my gosh, she fucking served. She fucking slayed. She absolutely destroyed this piece of shit garbage man who came after my queen, okay? She destroyed her like an old jade pussy egg that she must discard now because it's been far too long since she stopped using it, okay? That's what she did. Slay mama. A lot of you are saying, huh, in the chat, not recognizing that what I'm talking about is available at goop.com. That's right. The sponsor of the show is goop.com. It's Gwyneth Paltrow. Gwyneth, I'm in the pocket of Big Gwyneth, okay? I'm a crunchy granola fan. She's earned tonight's vagina steaming and glass of wine. How dare you, Gwyneth? Earns it every night by simply existing. Gwyneth Paltrow, for those of you who do not know, for the uninitiated, is one of the most unhinged wine moms on the fucking planet. Okay? She is absolutely out of control. I mean, straight up. When I think of like the perfect, older, wealthy, powerful white lady, I think of Gwyneth Paltrow. A person who definitely is not experiencing quite a bit of oppression, and due to that lack of oppression in her life, has basically found new things to focus on. New things like, you know, suntanning your asshole and your gooch. I don't know, selling jade eggs that you shove up your vagina on goop.com. I do legitimately feel like I feel like she's just thinking, how can I push this further? How can I push the bar further than I have? Well, here it is, goop.com, heretic. This smells like my vagina. This is a bougie perfume. With a funny, gorgeous, sexy, and beautifully unexpected scent, this candle is made with geranium, citrusy bergamot, and cedar absolutes juxtaposed with damask rose and ambrette seed to put us in mind of fantasy, seduction, and a sophisticated warmth. Absolutely remarkable. I mean, she is literally the GOAT. She is the GOAT of white women. You know she already is subscribed to the top of the hour. Like, she's always prepared for every kind of circumstance. At the top of the hour, she's gifting subs so that others can also avoid the top of the hour ad break. But of course, if you don't have Gwyneth Paltrow to gift you subs, all you need to do is subscribe on your own for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Shock Queen, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Blasted Safe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing a total of 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Oh. Just went crazy on TikTok. She looks
What's your wellness?
She looks like a corpse and barely eats. Yeah, a lot of people were worried about Gwyneth, but what you don't understand is she is just simply
I have in my hand
practicing. She is just simply practicing breatharianism. It's a very real way to live. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Let's take a look.
Routine look like now?
I eat dinner early in the evening. I do a nice intermittent fast. I usually eat something about 12. And in the morning, I'll have some things that won't spike my blood sugar, right? So I have coffee, but I really like soup for lunch. I have bone broth for lunch a lot of the days. Try to do 1 hour of movement. So I'll either take a walk, or I'll do Pilates, or I'll do my Tracy Anderson. And then I get in the sauna. I dry brush and I get in the sauna. So I do my infrared sauna for 30 minutes. And then for dinner, I try to eat, according to paleo. So lots of vegetables. It's really important for me to support my detox.
She has some Alex Jones bone broth. There's no way that a tiny Gwyneth Paltrow could crash into a man and send him flying, though. Well, that's actually the point of contention that we are going to talk about today. That's right, Gwyneth Paltrow was in court over the past week. Some of you might have not noticed because you are misogynistic and you hate white women. And I, on the other hand, orientalize them. And that is why I was paying attention. That's right, Gwyneth Paltrow was involved in a ski incident, a ski accident, all the way back in 2016. And this is finally coming to a close in the Gwyneth Paltrow saga. The Gwyneth Paltrow ski incident arc is finally come to a close after a long and convoluted court case where she was sued because the quote-unquote victim decided that Gwyneth had actually hit him during this ski incident. Wait, did you say 2016? Wasn't it 2016? And then I thought it was over 2016. After 8 days of testimony in Park City, Utah, the Oscar-winning actress and wellness mogul was found not liable in retired optometrist Dr. Terry Sanderson's lawsuit. What is this? No more white women 2020. How dare you? I am a fan of white women. Innocent. Now, Dr. Terry Sanderson, retired optometrist, sued Gwyneth Paltrow for claiming that Gwyneth had actually hit him in the back during this skiing incident. One of the damages that he had experienced in this Park City, Utah court case was that Dr. Terry Sanderson could no longer taste wine. As a sommelier, I don't know if he's a sommelier. I actually made that up. But I don't know if he was actually a sommelier. But he literally said one of the damages that Gwyneth Paltrow caused him after hitting him from behind was that he stopped being able to taste wine. That's right. I fucking love this court case. Let's take a look. Give it up to Charlie. Let's see if he can describe it better.
I have ever had the privilege of watching live. It's such a blessing. It really feels like this is a parody of the legal system, like it's some kind of old college humor skit about how court works, because I just can't believe this is real. Like, watching this Gwyneth Paltrow court case is like experiencing an episode of Psychosis without ever doing any kind of drugs or anything. It's baffling. Before even getting into the actual specifics of it, I just want to, lay the groundwork real quick. She's getting sued by someone named Terry over a ski incident that happened in 2016 where Terry's claimed...
I was right, by the way. The ski incident was in 2016. Fuck you guys.
She ran into him and caused a brain injury as well as other injuries and is seeking damages from that. And Gwyneth Paltrow is saying, no, she's wiggling her finger and saying, that's not what happened. Terry hit me. So now she's countersuing for $1. She's looking for $1 in damages as a result of all of this. So already the case itself is delivering on the goofiness, but what elevates this and brings it to a higher level and turns that dial from goofy, blowing all the way past wacky, and even teetering on silly, is the fact that the two lawyers that are representing them feel like they've never practiced law in their entire life. I wouldn't be surprised to learn this is their first case, or that this is all just one big publicity stunt and these are two actors pretending to be lawyers.
This is about 11. She hears, suddenly she sees, and a man comes up right behind her. It's like they begin falling to the right, and he hits down side and his head, and so she's pulling. Now he's like, I know the whole thing. Younger woman, not younger, it's young. Does that say said? I can't read it.
Now, I know it's not exactly fair to do a little supercut here of his explanation of the situation, but if you just watch the whole thing, it's not much clearer. It really feels like he's trying to recall a nightmare he had after taking NyQuil. Like, he's just trying to recall this dream, and he's not getting it across clearly. Like, even my cat was confused. Like, she came in here and jumped up while I was watching this live, and must have overheard some of his explanation, and then immediately just got the fuck away and went over there, and it's been hanging out ever since. The thing is, like, he's presenting like he's nervous. He is actually delivering his side of the situation like I would deliver a class project back in college, where I'm presenting to the class and I've got the butterflies in my tummy, so I'm fumbling all my words, I can't get any of my thoughts out clearly. Like, it just does seem that he has a problem with public speaking, which I've never really seen from a lawyer before. And it's not like his opposing lawyer, his opponent here, in this legal combat is any better. In fact, she seems like she's just more of a fangirl of Gwyneth Paltrow, and all of her questions are just kind of conversation starters for small talk between them. And keep in mind, this lawyer is representing Terry, so she's supposed to be grilling Gwyneth Paltrow and trying to, like, prove that Terry's the one that's telling the truth and he deserves to win the case. But when I listen to her statements, it really just feels like she's, like, internally freaking out because she's getting to meet and talk with Gwyneth Paltrow. It's so weird.
Good friends with Taylor Swift?
No.
Why did these two incredibly wealthy people that were at a super wealthy ski resort literally hire the most, like, public defender ass, even though I'm not shitting on public defenders, you know, they're brave, they're bold, they're doing the most, okay? But, like, you know, why did they hire some of the worst lawyers I've ever seen in my entire life? I don't get it.
Overruled? You're not good friends with Taylor Swift.
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before, but we don't talk very often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal, intimate gifts for Christmas.
Your Honor. Relevance, or I would like a bench trial.
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
I was half expecting this lawyer to then turn around and say, if you give me some free Taylor Swift tickets, I'll go ahead and drop this whole case right now and throw Terry to the fucking wolves here.
Wait,
like,
what?
These interactions don't lead to anything. I tried to get the context on what the fuck the thought process here even was with bringing...
Bro, she got them cutie eyes in that moment, bro. I know what that is, bro. That's Taylor Swift stands, bro. I swear to God. They just literally lose their shit when they have an opportunity to, like, learn more information about fucking... When they have an opportunity to learn more information about Taylor Swift, they just, like, forget about what they're doing, and they're just, like, laser in on that one thing. You know what I mean?
Bringing up Taylor Swift out of the blue. And it's apparently because Taylor Swift also did some kind of lawsuit for like $1 in damages as a countersuit back in like 2017 or some shit. But it's still completely irrelevant to the whole case here. It doesn't really serve a purpose to try and establish a connection between Gwyneth Paltrow and Taylor Swift, because that has nothing to do with getting to the bottom of this ski incident and who's at fault and who should be awarded the damages. Now, while we don't know who's fully at fault for the ski incident right now, I do know that you're at fault for bad fashion choices if you decide to miss out is downright dangerous at times and at best extremely stupid. In fact, I'm surprised she hasn't gone to trial for her scam of a candle, "This Smells Like My Vagina." I made a whole review on that candle, and I promise
Excuse me, Charlie. You don't know what her pussy smell like. What if it smells citrusy?
you, no vagina has ever smelled like that candle.
Yeah, you don't know. Gwyneth Paltrow's does, so case
It was
closed.
fraudulent. It was misleading advertisement. It was completely false. It did not smell like her vagina, and I'm very confident. In fact, I might even go for a lawsuit to see if they can put Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy on the stand so we can all smell it and compare it to her candle. But that's a can of worms for a different day. Point is, I'm not a Gwyneth Paltrow fan. And Terry went on the stand today, and after hearing him, I'm certainly not a Terry fan. I don't know who's at fault here. Gwyneth Paltrow moves around and acts like an evil rich supervillain, so I definitely do think there's a chance that she is the one that just blasted Terry because she's not good at skiing and then had no empathy and left him there. That's super possible, but I also think it's equally possible that Terry is a shitty skier and a pathological liar who has been chasing this potential bag for 7 years, because originally he was seeking $3.1 million in damages, but it got thrown out due to them ruling it wasn't a hit and run. So he came back and is doing it again, but this time for a lower amount of $300,000 in damages.
Why is Gwyneth Paltrow famous? She's like a super famous actress, man. What the fuck? I think her parents were famous too, right? I don't know, but like, yeah, she is like a very famous actress. Like, I mean, wasn't she like in Iron Man and shit? Anyway.
So it really feels like both people are fucking weird. But before showing you Terry, I want to show you one more best of moment from Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, who tries to see if they can bring in treats for the bailiffs.
This private security for my client wanted to bring in treats for the bailiffs for how helpful they've been. So I wanted to do that transparently and see if there are any objections.
What?
Okay. There's an objection.
Okay, so I will let them know.
Let them know thank you, but no thank you.
I mean, he should have asked us first, frankly.
It hasn't been done.
I know, he should have asked us first. We could talk about it, but he just sprung it on us now. So we object.
What'd you find out about the jury?
This guy actually feels like a camp counselor and they're on a school field trip or something. Like, holy shit. So the treats were shot down. They put the kibosh on that. But they were open to negotiate. In fact, they get into a little bit of a tiff, a slight argument about, well, if you'd only, asked us before and discussed it, I mean, maybe we could have all had treats together, maybe even a little pizza party. I mean, you didn't really give us notice.
Dude, this is literally what the court system was made for, okay? Technically. Like, incredibly irrelevant minor disputes between two very wealthy individuals that are just arguing over like dumb shit. This is great. This is awesome.
You sprung it up out of nowhere. You ambushed us with it. So nope, not anymore. Now none of us get to enjoy any of these baked goods.
You were asked about the press conference and referring to Miss Paltrow as King Kong. Were you referring to her as King Kong or the noise that you heard?
That's leading, Your Honor.
What did King Kong refer to?
I got to watch this whole segment unfold live, and my God, what a treat. So right now the line of questioning is about King Kong and explaining why he said King Kong. And this is Terry's response.
My apologies to Ms. Paltrow, because my intention got twisted up in my intention.
Motherfucker looks like Colonel Sanders got buckle fat removal, bro. What is this? Straight Colonel Sanders, secret spices, 7 secret spices looking ass motherfucker. What the hell? How many chickens is this man fried in Kentucky?
And was to say sounded like a lady getting chased by King Kong out of the jungle. It was that kind of I'm really scared.
He clarifies that the sound he was hearing reminded him of a woman being chased by King Kong out of the jungle. So that cleared all of that up, luckily. Another question that I feel gets pretty much fucking nowhere.
There was some testimony from Ms. Paltrow again that she was hit in the back by a very large man, or that there was a very large man. Could you just step down for just a moment? Terry, do you... No, right here. Right here. Do you consider yourself a very large man?
Many times I wish I was, but no. Definitely on the small side.
Bro, this is my lawyer. I am not winning this court case, bro. I am not. Bro, they were doing a race to the bottom. They literally were. Oh, dude. Wait, who else did my client is a manlet defense? Oh, my God. Tory Lanez's lawyers did that too, remember? Yo, this is not a good year for the manlets, dude. That's the second time a celebrity-involved case in court where we have seen, Your Honor, my client is a little man. He's a very tiny man, okay? You can barely see him type shit.
Finally, real evidence to poke holes in Gwyneth Paltrow's story. She said, apparently, that she was hit from behind by a large man. So, in order to prove that this is a false claim, she brings Terry out to just embarrass him. Like, he is not a large man, this is a small man. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a manlet. It just puts him on blast like that. Terry, my brother, I am also on the small side. I'm 5'6". If someone called me out to prove a point that there's no way this whole case is real because Charlie is too fucking short to fit this definition, he's too much of a goddamn hobbit for this to be true, I would have just said, it's not worth it, please. The shame is too much for me to bear. Just let that claim be accurate. Let the large man claim stick. That's fine. We can fight on every other point. Please let the large man stay in the record as truthful. Don't fucking have the jury point and laugh at me because I'm short. Like, good lord, this was... I mean, I understand what the thought process was here, like, trying to prove that, you know, she can't be a reliable source of information since she says it was a large man that hit her and Terry's not that big. But I mean, holy shit, it's still a wild thing to watch unfold like this.
You've been here for a number of days. You've heard all the doctors testify. Your entire life has now been broadcast to the world.
I feel like I've been fleshed out, and anyone up here I think would feel the same way.
Very
painful.
In fact, I think you just told me back there, well, I could never go on another dating site again.
Objection. Terry can go on any dating site he wants. Sustained. Again, this is just simply...
Bro, why is she owning him? Like, that's her lawyer. I mean, that's his lawyer. She is his lawyer. She's like, Your Honor, my client is a fucking loser, okay? He's got no riz. He's short. Look at his hairline. That shit's looking worse than LeBron's. And now, what are you going to do? You're going to fucking let him lose to Gwyneth Paltrow? Your Honor, we need some of that goop money, okay? My client is short as fuck, and he's got no riz. He is definitely not getting pussy ever again.
A line of questioning maybe I'm too dumb to understand. What does this have to do with anything? It's a public trial.
That's
so of
fucked
course,
up.
On both sides, a ton of information is going to come to light to the public. So I'm unsure of where this was supposed to lead. Maybe it was supposed to make people feel like bad for Terry, like on the stand, like, oh man, you know, this guy, he's had his whole life laid out in front of everyone now. You know, I guess. I'm not really sure, but it just doesn't really seem super pertinent to the actual issue here.
Yeah, I'm classifying it as an insult, but it's absolutely ignoring me, ignorance. And that's what it felt like. It's like, what is going on here?
Dude, white on white crime is awesome. It's like crime against, like, white on white crime against, like, especially against, like, people who are already, like, very comfortable in their socioeconomic conditions is just hilarious. You should be banned for saying that. Crucial 1711. Brother, you got two super fucking rich white people getting sad at one another over like some dumb shit, and you're like, dude, I can't believe he said that. I can't. Meanwhile, if I were to look at your logs, you'd be like, what about black on black crime everywhere else? Why? Why are you motherfuckers like this? Why? Why do you fucking act like so woke? He thinks you're saying a slur instead of goop? I think I recall you saying about the January 6th criminals doing confessions on live TV. These are the weirdest criminals I've ever seen. Yes, it's awesome because that sense of entitlement and the system working in your favor your entire life yields these like tremendously funny moments. Do you get it? That's what the thing is. That's what makes this real fucking funny. It's like when you are expecting the system to work for you and then you meet your match, you know, you meet another person who the system also works for regularly, all of a sudden, it's pretty funny.
Here, this is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Like Amber Heard and Johnny Depp wasn't the most annoying white on white trial ever, but y'all are rabbit anytime you get to hate on a white woman or hate on a woman. Wait, what? Nobody had that take for the Amber Heard case? Did you just compare a fucking two rich people having like a ski accident and then extending this to a literal fucking court case to like two sick puppies fucking back and forth domestically abusing one another? Like, is that what you just did? That's insane, bro. That is like literally insane. One is like silly celebrity drama. The other one is like psychotic.
Your Honor, denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
Wait, what did he say?
Accountable. What are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island. Your Honor, denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
Now you can see things going a little off the rails here. So the question that brought this section up was, is the lawsuit important to you? Which again is one of those fucking galaxy brain questions, those chess master moves I can't quite process, because fucking obviously the lawsuit's important. He's been pursuing it for years now. I mean, Jesus Christ, clearly it's important. And it led to this situation where he's saying, if he doesn't do something, it's just going to happen again, and then it leads to the molesting of children on an island. So that's a lot to take in right there. That's a lot to digest. I think he's talking about the Epstein Island and the Epstein book. I don't know if Gwyneth Paltrow's name was in Epstein's flight logs on his lists, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it was. Half of Hollywood was taking trips to Epstein's Island. Bunch of goddamn evil freaks. But I don't understand exactly how we got to that point in this case here. And I also like the statement preceding it that if he didn't sue...
I don't know if that was true. I mean, there was like a lot of celebrities that did that shit, but like, I don't know if it was like that. I think Hollywood's got his own Epstein.
Gwyneth Paltrow for this, she'd do it again. As if like she's just this absolutely rambunctious villain on the slopes out there that is constantly running into people out there like a fucking pinball. Just actually bulldozing everyone she can, and it's up to Terry to stop her. Put an end to her reign of tyranny on those slopes because she just keeps hitting people. It's as you can see, this whole case, this whole trial is wild.
You've said you've shrunk and lost weight since the incident, right?
Well,
what?
I ballooned.
Now, when we stand you up, you've lost like 15 pounds and shrunk 3 inches, right?
I had
yes or no?
I had no
what?
idea. I guess yes. I was
just.
He shrunk 3 inches? What do you mean?
Just a few days ago, you said I was 175 to 80 and 5'8". Remember?
I said that not here. Oh, you know what?
In this very trial.
Overruled.
I know why I said that. It's because the VA records weighs you with all your clothes and everything on it. And I knew that's what you were reading, was what
Clothes
the VA
don't
reported.
give you 3 inches. You with me?
Heels do.
Did you have heels on?
No, not at all.
All right.
Now the tables have turned again. Phoenix Wright is back, and he's grilling him on a potential lie here, stating that he had said that he was heavier and taller than he actually is, and says that you stated that you...
Wait, he was pulling a Ludwig, dude. Yo, he was pulling a Ludwig. He was lying about his height at the DMV. Oh my God. Yo, this is Caucasian activity right here. Now we know. For those of you who don't know, Ludwig, every time he has to get a new ID, has year over year lied about his height, increasing it by 1 inch every year.
You were 5'8", but as we've seen today, you're closer to 5'5". How did you lose 3 inches so quickly? That doesn't make any sense. It's not like you set the height setting from Wumbo to Mini. So what the fuck is going on here? This seems like a lie. And that's kind of the line of question he's going down. The whole thing is just such a weird trial. Like, I feel like half the time they're not even focused on the actual skiing incident. It just goes in all of these completely different directions that you'll never see coming. These plot twists in this trial are wild. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I got to watch a good chunk of it today. And it's something special. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here's one more highlight.
You were wearing goggles, a helmet.
Yes.
Okay, kind of looked like everybody else on the slope.
That's always my intention.
Okay. Probably had a better ski outfit, though, I bet.
I still have the same one.
Oh my God, she loves her. She loves her, dude. That's his lawyer, chat. Oh my God, she's going crazy. This video. Yo, I want to go back to see the highlights of this fucking trial. It's so crazy.
Ask how tall you are.
I'm just under 5'10".
Okay, I am so jealous.
I think I'm shrinking though.
You and me both. I have to wear 4-inch heels just to make it to 5'5".
Well,
so
they're very nice.
Well, thank you. And you're not trained in accident reconstruction.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Neither am I.
I was yelling at him.
Bro, that's crazy. You know she tried to exchange numbers after the trial. You know she tried to exchange numbers after the trial. Was like, hey, can you, even if you're not going to talk to me, can you perhaps pass on my card to Taylor Swift next time you see her? Please.
Pretty loud. Pretty forceful.
I was pretty upset.
Right? You're small but mighty. Actually, you're not that small. Okay, and I'm assuming, and you're under oath here, that you're a good tipper.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I wouldn't expect anything less.
I love the fucking people in the chat being like, this is actually, you don't understand. This is actually a tactic. She's just trying to basically get her on her good side. It's like, bro, she fucking lost anyway. So what do you mean? That tactic clearly did not work. Whatever the tactic was, I don't know why you're trying to defend it. Okay. Her line of questioning was to prove that she was larger than Sanderson, so she had to correct herself, Loma Fayal. Yeah, I can't look at the tweet underneath it. Yeah. This smells like Kim's orgasm. What the fuck? Yo, dude. Anyway. She slayed. She came, she saw, she slayed. And we all slayed as well. I was in a suit because today was Trump's indictment day. I ran upstairs, grabbed my fucking suit, came back down. And this is where I'm going to end it. No gaming, unfortunately, today either. I know a lot of you wanted some gaming, but it's late. I'm tired. And also on top of that, before you get mad at me, listen, it was Trump's indictment day. That's why we couldn't game today. Okay? It's not a bait. It's not. You're Your Honor, in my defense, I did not know that this was going to be Trump's indictment day. In my defense. But fear not, there are plenty of opportunities to game later. Okay? And we will take them. But for the time being, I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. You know, Trump indicated. Peace, everybody. Go hang out with my brother, maybe with my trainers. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.